Oh, man, we're at the end. I can see it. The light at the end of the tunnel. That's the ring light. I mean, if I do this. The light goes away. Because there's a problem we're going to experience right away in the very beginning tonight. And I'll discuss that when we load into the game. But how is everybody doing? We're ready to finish Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 100%. We only have 2 things left. Boss Rush for all 3 of the characters. And Team Attack Amigo. These are our last 2 pieces of DLC. And man, they're weird. I didn't want to have any other problems like I did going through the very hard stuff, so I caved. I was going to go through the whole thing without really knowing the level layouts, which is going to go in first experience-wise, but that's not a good idea. We learned with the very hard stuff, not a good idea. So I played through the rest of the DLC today. I practiced it up, tried to see what exactly we have going on, and it's a good thing I did, because I learned a very interesting quirk about it. So that's going to be interesting to talk about here in a second, but let me just swap to the game so we can get this started. Hey there, Matt. How you doing?
Sega.
Alright, so I'm going to load this up and get this started. And the first thing I want to talk about is how we're going to be playing this DLC exactly. Because you would think that this should be pretty straightforward, right? Because the DLC is available in 2 different menus. I don't know why, but it is. So if you go to the episode select, you can go and select all your normal episodes, but then you also have the boss attacks here and Team Attack Amigo. Here's the problem with this, though. And I'm going to demonstrate this. I'm just going to show it as a video because I'm not going to play through this entire thing to get to this one little point. Because, let me just show it. So here's just one video showing going through the entire Team Attack Amigo DLC. This is just one of the modes we're going to be using as an example. You play through this mode. And I'm going to just skip ahead here a moment. You see, you select it, you jump in, you start to play it. Now let's just go all the way to the very end when you get your ranking here, right? So let me full screen this so you guys can see it better. So you start the said DLC in episode select, and the game just loads like that. It does not prompt you to save. So notice how when coming out of the menu, it says 0%. So we could go through all this, get an S rank, just feel really good about ourselves. We did it, first try or something, let's go, and then get presented with nothing. Because there's one last good slap in the face you get before you end this game. DLC not saving your progress. That's fantastic. So we're not going to be playing any of this DLC in episode select. It's a terrible idea. Instead, we're going to play it in trial select, because playing it here, we can just load the missions in here, and the game will save our progress when we're done. I had to actually play through all of these DLCs twice because of that. So I'm more familiar with this now because of this little quirk. So needless to say, let's get this started with the said boss rush for Sonic. Let's get this show on the road. Really fatigued? I mean, I guess that's fair. You work a lot too, so I can understand that. I'm very tired because I'm running on fumes. My day started at 6 a.m. So that should tell you right there. I've been up already for a very long time. I had to take a nap in the middle of the day, which I normally don't do. So that says a lot. Alright, so this is weird because I was informed that this boss rush was just basically fighting all the bosses, but there's some slight alterations. Like we're going to see here once it actually loads. Gonna be the biggest problem. Waiting for this game to do anything. Okay, cool, got it. And I lost it. I want to swap to red gem just to make this easier. I don't care about the gem thing on this because time bonus is not gonna matter. It's just gonna make the bosses a little bit easier to catch. But there's enemies here, which that's different. There's normally not enemies in this fight, but in this version, that's a whole other argument. But it's not just that. We'll see once we get to the next section. Hey Ethan, how you doing? Get on back. Okay. Alright, dealing with the jank. Alright, dealing with the jank. Please stand still. Okay, I guess we're here now. Do I want to risk it? You know what? We'll do it. First try in the beginning. We're gonna just reset. Because here's the thing. We don't get any lives during this. So we gotta make do with our life count. So we gotta be very careful about how many times we die. And already in the beginning here, the bosses are slightly different. So in this case, we are actually getting knocked off immediately in Cerberus, which normally that is not the case. I don't even know what just happened there. He just kind of gave up. There. That was weird. Sometimes Cerberus can just let go for no reason. I really want to get the double damage though, because in this fight you really want double damage. No, crap. I think he's gonna jump now. That's why I gotta hope. Never mind. Just let him go. Doesn't matter. Time bones will not matter for any of this. We're mainly gonna just be focusing on getting enemy score, because it's just gonna be that big of a difference. I think we still need the standard 100k that we needed from very hard stuff, so we're gonna still focus on getting as many points as possible for that reason. I got the bait and switch, force him to a wall, bait and switch times 2. I don't think he does it a third time. I think that's just Shadow. Yeah, it's just 2 times for Sonic. I watched that Frontiers race. Probably a better thing, to be fair. Yeah, we're starting an hour earlier tonight because with all the loading times here, I want to give myself time. Because each one of these things we're doing is a half an hour tonight. Every single boss rush, about half an hour. And then Team Attack Amigo, also half an hour. So, add it all up. Without loading times, it'd probably be about 2.5 hours. Depending. With loading, gonna be here for a while. And that's saying on first try. There's no guarantee we get these first try. But yeah, this is part 2. We're just now fighting a bunch of goons. Okay, I don't know why, but here we are. So it's not just boss rush, it's also Mook rush. They kind of forgot to mention that in the DLC description. I did not know this is what it would divulge into. This is kind of random. Yeah, these things of DLC are long because you're fighting so many of the bosses, and Team Attack has just a lot of content. Because you're going through almost every major level. So that alone kind of bloats it too. Okay, I think that could work. Yep, I had a feeling. This is the one enemy I'm kind of worried about, doing a bounce attack with Sonic, just sometimes doesn't work. Okay, I don't know what I got caught on there, because the camera was not doing me any favors. I don't want to bounce attack here. That would be really bad, actually. Okay, it's fine. One nice thing about this mode, though, is we do keep our rings in between phases. So we go from one boss to another, we keep the rings. So thankfully on that front, if I come into a phase with a lot of rings, I don't have to worry about Vulcan cannon shots as much. Mind you, that's probably not going to happen. We're probably still going to be losing a lot of rings here and there. Alright, so that's that. Now we go to an actual boss fight. Which this one is just silver. There's nothing different about this fight. It's the exact same, just with less rings. Some fights don't have much of a change at all from what I was seeing. And others, bosses are a little more aggressive. Maybe they're slightly faster in some of their attacks. But the rival fights are just the exact same, but with less rings. There's literally nothing different. I thought my game crashed for a minute, so I had the home button just to really make sure. Because that was a really aggressive load. When I practiced this up earlier, just to kind of see what I was getting into, I played it on the emulator instead. So I played this on Xenia. I would have preferred to have done this on Xenia, because these loading times are atrocious, but we're here for the authentic experience. Yeah, the only way to save your ranks, you gotta play in mission select mode here. Yeah, you cannot play in the episode select. Doesn't work. I don't know why. They just kind of forgot to put the save mode in there, which is really random. Other than that, it plays the exact same between the modes. So it doesn't matter. We can't technically 100% this game when you want to really boil it down, because those modes will always stay on 0%. There's nothing we can do about that. Also, you can still kind of clip out of bounds here. I don't know why you would, besides being funny. But that's it. Also, I haven't done it in a bit, but are you wanting in on a comm for this, Matt? Because you've played this, you might be able to help coach me through certain things if I need it. That's your call, though. Also, we never were here at Sonic. This is kind of okay moment. It's just like, why? This is where you fight Mephiles as Shadow. Sonic is never here. It's a little random, and sometimes that does happen. You'll fight mooks in areas you never went with that said character story. I don't know why. I guess they were running out of ideas on themes, so they just said, screw it, put them in random spots. At least we get to hear the Mephiles music, because this is a really good boss theme. Oh, you're already on Discord. I'll get you in here after this phase, then. This one's not that long. I'll get the rings. I don't think these enemies count for completing the wave, but I'll get the rings just because. Hindsight, I probably should have waited on that. Don't know how that missed, but sure. I think the tornado's damage still counted during that, so it's fine. Alright, yep. See, those enemies didn't count. That's fine. Alright, I have a moment, so I'll just get you in here. Oh, a fun one. Hang on. You're just in time for the worst fight in DLC.
Yeah.
I hate Iblis for Sonic and Shadow. This fight got screwed up. I don't know how, but they made it worse. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, because they throw enemies in it? Too?
Well, no, the enemies are here right now. Problem. The real problem is that in the main game's campaign, you can just go up to those glowing balls, hit them, and then Iblis comes towards you. For whatever reason, the boss rush mode, Iblis' script is completely different. That doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I think
he just comes out when he feels like it.
That makes sense because when I did this, I used the tricks, the gems to get over there early, and for whatever reason, he wasn't doing it.
Yeah, see, he's already jumping now, and we just started the fight. And that's because I went up. He doesn't normally do that. Yeah. So don't even worry about the tricks. Just, you literally are on a timer on this fight.
This boss fight is stupid. I really hate it, because this is what ruined me from getting an S rank. Fighting him. I died 3 times in this boss fight, and that just ruined my S rank.
Yeah, if we die anytime, I'm immediately quitting for that reason. Because we will not be able to get it.
Yeah, I think I got a C rank after everything was said and done.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I do not recommend 100%ing DLC in any regard, let alone getting the S's. Because they're worthless, especially if you don't do it with mission select here. Let's see, this is what I was talking about before. I got over to the orb area, I activated it, Iblis just does not care.
Yeah, he was just throwing rocks at you.
He just does his own thing.
Doing the lunge thing.
Got jumped a little early there, but that's okay. How many moments has this game through the stream? Good question. I lost count, I think, week 2. Well, that was like 3 months ago.
Funny. I was about ready to say in chat earlier, but did you notice that when they gave that official like timeline of Shadow's like game lore and stuff like that, they just conveniently skipped over Sonic 06, where Shadow was the one game where Shadow I felt like was the most important character in that entire game.
Also, minus half his attacks not working because it's 06. He had like the most versatile moveset that really defined the character.
Yeah.
It's like he is, again, minus the glitches, at his best in Sonic 06.
Yeah.
But it's like the one game they ignore.
Yeah, they mentioned Sonic Boom.
Yeah, the one game where he's barely in. He literally just shows up and then leaves for like a good chunk of that adventure.
All he does is like you have a boss fight with him and he just calls you weak, and that was it. That was the entire game.
Yeah, I mean that's his most infamous thing right there, is the boss fight calling you weak.
They skip forces too, which is weird because I was like,
yeah, I don't know why.
Like, why are you acknowledging Boom, but you're not acknowledging 06? Like, I get it. You want to wash your hands of 06. I get it. But the same sense as Shadow Generations is going to have Kingdom Valley in it. Why?
Yeah, it's like we're referencing 06 without referencing 06 because,
like,
alright.
Honestly,
it is kind of funny.
I'm going to be honest, like, a lot of people nowadays have been viewing Sonic 06 in a positive light. And granted, it's not a good game. I don't care what anybody says. This game is horrible. But
there, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, yeah. Like, but we're getting to the age now that this is a game that's people's childhood game.
Yeah, we're actually getting to the point now where this game is bringing up nostalgia feelings.
Yeah. Yes, and that's the thing. It's like, look, you can't really get like. Can I say
also,
that
don't go for those
game?
rings because of that alone.
Yeah.
That will happen almost all the time. But I wanted to do that just because of the enemies. You do get enemy score in this.
You know, it's just like, you know, this game is nostalgic for people. And I can see that. And that doesn't make it a good game, but I can see that, you know?
You know, that's right. That's the starting at the half health.
I just don't think that... I think Sega trying to immediately sidestep over Sonic 06 is probably not the right idea, in my opinion. But then again, Sega's doing a lot of weird crap lately.
Yeah, I mean, Sega's just kind of known for just doing things their own way at this point.
Yeah. Like, but yeah, Sonic 06, like, as much as the game is bad, it does have, it is part of the lore, if you want to say, in a lot of things. I know that the story...
It's funny, I think the lore is more because of the stages at this point, not the actual story.
Yeah.
Because of how the story retcons itself, but the stages we keep on referencing.
But in the terms of, like, Shadow Generations, I feel like, you know, Shadow's story in this is probably important. I'm really hoping that there's a Mephiles Dart boss fight in Shadow Generations. I'm really hoping.
I feel like they probably will. I mean, if they're pulling out, like, the Black Doom stuff from Shadow the Hedgehog, they're probably going to at least, like, reference a Mephiles fight.
Oh, and in case anybody wants to see a spoiler, I don't know if you watched the teaser for the animation of Shadow Generations. Did you watch it by any chance?
I've seen some clips. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Okay. There's a character that I didn't think that Sega was going to pull out of their backlog history. They pulled out. I was like, oh, hi. I haven't seen you since...
I mean, to be fair, the moment they announced the Sonic X Shadow Generation like setup and they're showing things that they haven't talked about in almost 20 years, I guess not really too surprising because they haven't mentioned Black Doom since 2005. And there's a reason why.
I'm just saying, is like people who grew up with the Sonic Advance trilogy, you're gonna be kind of vindicated a little bit.
Oh, so this just has that weird lighting. Okay. So, remember before I said I'm playing this on Xenia earlier today just to see how this DLC was? This is how Sonic looked on that emulator, and I thought that was an emulation bug. No, it's just the lighting in the stage. Sonic just gets a little bit more light blue. We're still doing the cheese strats here, by the way.
Yeah, because there's...
Don't bother.
Yeah.
And I mean for this guy and the final one, too.
Yeah, there's no point in fighting this guy normally. You know, it's not my fault that they didn't properly do their pitbox correctly.
And mind you, this is not going to be the only time we fight this thing tonight. Because we're going to be fighting this thing, at least if we say, you know, we do everything first try, let's say, right? Doubt it. We're going to be fighting this with 3 different characters. So that's 3 different times at least.
Wait, Shadow fought this thing?
Not Shadow, but someone else on his team. Because of Team Attack Amigo.
Oh.
Spoilers, this thing's the final boss of that DLC for whatever reason. Like, I don't know why. Because it's actually the easiest part of that DLC. Like, hands down.
I was like, I don't remember Shadow fighting this thing.
To be fair, I don't remember Sonic being in the Mephiles boss fight arena, but here we are. Whatever reason, they just kind of pull things out of nowhere for character set pieces. Speaking of which, the next one's gonna be funny. Because I just think it just doesn't really work. Like, theming-wise.
Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The Mook fight.
Yeah, that's immediately after this one.
The next Mook fight after this. Meanwhile, Mephiles the Dark is in the Sonic mobile game. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they
Mephiles
referenced
the Dark.
Mephiles, which is interesting. Like, years later, but they won't reference anything else about 6 minus stages.
Mephiles the Dark.
That was the most pathetic Egg Genesis ending of all time. It literally parked on top of a robot head. Alright, so did you enjoy being in the 4 section of Soliana? Well, good, because we're still here. Like, they didn't even move. Like, it's literally the exact same arena, just now with the platforms from Tropical Jungle for whatever reason. This feels like a ROM hack thing. Like, this is something you would see in a Mario Maker level.
Yeah. I do not like this spook fight. I remember doing this. I was like, what the heck?
The problem I have with this one are the Vulcan cannon shots later.
Yeah, and not only that, it's just like, it's so awkward to try to get the guys up on the top of the ledges. I don't know, it's just, for me, it was really awkward to try to get all of them up there.
That's the only freebie because I got a commander. The rest don't. This is why I'm just using the red gen down, because I don't like Vulcan cannon shots. I've made this very obvious for the past ever. Because they're really
like I completely agree with you whenever you said that last week when you were trying to finishing up your very hard mode. It's like, dude, the Vulcan cannon does suck. Why did they make that a mechanic in this game?
Yeah, because you don't have any iframes with them, so you just have to deal with the damage. It's terrible. I wish this thing was a commander, because normally the invisible enemies are commanders, but that's not.
It's like, you know, it's free pot shots, and I don't like that, and it's just like, you know, if, you didn't mean to do that, did you?
No, I did, actually. I just went a little too high. Because I fell, I'm like, nah, I'm just skydiving back.
Man, you're really quick with changing gems, I swear. Like, when you're doing that, you were already on red. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, I'm just already used to the idea of you gotta mash through this menu. Especially after playing Project 06 a decent amount over the past couple of years. It's kind of grown on me more.
Really like that Sonic Project 06 was over at GDQ the last week.
Yeah, I was gonna just mention that, because what else are you gonna talk about for the next 3 hours? Anyone check out the Project 06 run during GDQ, because that was actually one of my favorites. The guy who does run Project 06, that's still a guy, I can't remember his full name, I think that was it. Like, he's a really good commentator. I've seen some of his videos on YouTube before, and he's like really meant for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it was entertaining to watch the run. And it's also cool to see a sneak peek of the next Project 06 build.
I really wish I could have.
It was more done last time I seen on it.
I really wish I could have watched more of GDQ this year, but I don't know, we were busy and I was tired. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. I did watch the ending, but Mario
way across the. Okay, that's a nice homing attack.
I'll tell you what, though, the Elden Ring run kind of made me want to play Elden Ring at some point. I need to go and probably pick it up at some point, but I'll probably wait until later until it's like heavily discounted.
Yeah, well, to be fair, now with the DLC, I can get the full package at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, so I'm
What?
done.
Oh, wait, what?
I'm not fighting this guy.
What?
We're just not. This is the one boss that is a little bit different because he's a lot more aggressively fast with his dives. So I'm just doing the cheap strat of sky gemming and just letting him just fly out of bounds. So I'm just waiting for Eggman just to leave the premises and then we'll win. Just like that.
I didn't really have time last week to watch the STDQ. I don't blame you, Ethan. I kind of was in the same boat. I did watch the ending of it though, so I was happy at least.
I mainly got to watch, I think, like 3 days worth of the marathon this year, somewhere around there. Some of it I was already catching up on their VODs on YouTube. They had a lot of good ones this year. One of my favorites was the Mario Maker 2 incentive I got with the troll levels, because those were just funny. Especially the ending part. I mean, the very last level was hilarious. And I highly doubt that level's still uploaded on the servers, because Nintendo hates that stuff. It was technically hacked. Alright, so if my memory is serving me correctly here, it should be 100k for S's, and we got that just for enemies alone, so...
Too easy.
Never mind.
No sweat.
I don't know what the scores are, because the problem is, I don't know what these scores are. They're not listed anywhere. So I have no idea. I was assuming before it was 100k from what I researched and played myself, because I got the S, but... okay, maybe not. It's stupid. It might be closer to 140k, so I'm gonna have to really abuse the gems. For Sonic, specifically. Well, I guess technically that was a little bit of a fib. The only one I was able to actually complete was Shadow, because I got to the end of both of these for Sonic and Silver and fell off the ledge. So I'm not sitting through half an hour again. It's like my mentality in the practice. I just want to get through the modes to know exactly what I'm dealing with. But you saw the time bonus was pitiful. Even with the red gem, it's still going to be terrible.
It really was. Sorry, I had to switch my internet. You're going Robo. Wasn't your fault, it was my internet.
Yeah, no, I kind of figured. That's fine. Alright, so the cheap shot. And I'm surprised it worked. Alright, go again. This is a perfect lineup. I just gotta hope he cooperates with me, because sometimes he will, do just that. I'm gonna reset now for that reason.
Yes. Yes.
And sometimes that just happens. I don't know why, but sometimes the Cerberus, and this is for both the hedgehogs, just ignores the wall. Like he's in front of it, and Cerberus just rubs his cheek on it. Doesn't hurt. Okay, that's some nice improv. Alright, go for the wall again. Cool. He's lined up, but the problem is, I don't know if he's going to go too far over. Yep, okay, do a U-turn. This is actually better than just taking the score deficit. And then he can just shake me off, because why not? Like, this is the worst fight, but thankfully this is the one doesn't matter about life count, because I can always just reset the whole match instead of just starting over. Mind you, that's like 30 seconds gone on my life, but that's going to happen a lot.
Oh well. You know, the old phrase that says you only live once? Well, that's technically not right, because you only die once. You live every day.
If I get him close to
I hate when he does the UEs.
Then I should be able to make a hard left. Oh, come on! I don't know why that happens sometimes, though, because the AI just, like, hard turns. And it feels like sometimes it happens at random, because notice how fast he did there. It's supposed to be when you get close to the wall, when he's lower on health, that's when the Cerberus will start to fight you. And then there's other times where it just happens immediately. It feels a little inconsistent.
there's just like weird mechanics. Like, it just feels like the bosses in general, there's something different about every single one of them.
Yeah.
And I don't know they needed to change the bosses. Like, it's supposed to be just a boss rush mode. This isn't Kirby where we have EX modes versions of the bosses. You know, it's like, I don't know.
Alright, we're pause buffering on that. Also, at this point, we're skipping the cutscenes, because that's just a waste of time.
Yeah. It's like, we don't need to see the cutscenes again.
They really don't matter. I'm only going to show them once per run.
Especially when it has to load at between every single cutscene. God. Speaking of which, did Sonic Twitter account? I don't know what was going on with them, but they posted like a little skit, the funny thing is like saying, oh, it's trying to speed run during a loading screen. They showed Sonic 06's loading screen on the computer while Sonic eating a snack. And everybody was like, are you teasing that you're bringing 06 to PC?
It's just like, they'll never do that, because they didn't even reference it during their timeline stuff. I highly doubt they're going to want to bring the PC.
I highly
Leave the Chaos X and his team for the fan project.
I saw that a bunch of people in the comments. I was like, dude, they're not gonna bring the team anywhere. They're gonna let it die with the 360 storage. That's what's gonna happen.
Essentially, just let it go with the systems. We don't care.
Which is a reminder, everybody, it's the end of this month.
Yeah, it's like the very last week. That's the last time you'll be able to get stuff on the 360 marketplace.
Get your 360 games that you want. They all been discounted heavily, by the way.
A lot of them have been, at least like the ones that are actually going away. Because honestly, there's not really that much you need to really like focus on the storefront from what I'm seeing.
I think the
backwards compatible or already on different systems like on PC or PS4 or something. And the PS3 store is still up. For now.
For now.
We know what's gonna happen.
Sega's Eye had never existed. Yep.
Essentially, I mean, they actually delisted this game for a while on marketplaces because of how bad it was for the reputation of the series. So Sega wanted nothing to do with this, and that's post-launch too. There's a reason why on the PS3 it actually did get all the DLC from what I understood, but when they delisted the game, they also delisted the DLC. When they brought it back, they only brought back one thing of DLC, the very hard stuff. I don't know why.
Which is the worst. Which is the worst of them, as we've seen.
Weird to do. I don't know why they even bothered for any of the DLC, let alone just, some of the worst content. Like the DLC in this game, minus Team Attack Amigo. I will say that now. That is the best DLC for this. The rest of this, you gotta pay me money to buy. Which just basically sounds like you're just buying for me, but you get the idea. You do not want to spend money on it. It's all terrible. Unless you're doing it just to have it, there is no reason. Because this stuff is trash. Like, this boss rush mode is terrible, too. Like, you're honestly, I don't even know why they bother with this, because you can just fight all the bosses in mission select. So just do that.
Got to anyways.
It saves you money.
If you're trying to 100% the game, you're going to be fighting these bosses anyways, unless you got S rank the first time.
Can you grab something? Thank you. They also took away a lot of the rings here, so I only got that little batch in the beginning.
Oh, I see. You were swagging on him when he was dead, huh? Poor Silver. Can't even catch a break. Whenever Silver Generations comes out, the only thing that's going to be on there is this game.
I swear, if he doesn't actually move any faster than that, it's going to be like 30-minute levels. And the whole game's like runtime you're going to see for 12 hours. It's because he just moves like a snail still.
I really like what they did with Silver's boss fight in Sonic Generations, because it actually felt like Silver was fast.
Yeah, it was an actual, like, proper character at that point. Like, Silver felt more than just the guy taking a casual stroll, and then maybe picks up a box.
it's so bad that we have to do this over again because you got an A rank instead of an S.
I mean, I was
Like,
close,
oh, man.
so I'm thinking it's 140k. I don't know why they didn't just keep a flat number. They do 50k normally, and then for the very hard, they started to do 100k, and then they just said, I don't know, whatever number feels good today for the rest of the DLC. Like, that's so inconsistent. I think it's still 100k for Team Attack Amigo. I actually did get the idea of that. Just score. It looked like it could still be that. I hope. But they threw a curveball here, so who knows?
Ethan, I like what you said. Silver just now. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. What Silver Generations wouldn't just be Sonic 06. It would be Sonic Rivals too.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, you have like 3 game entries, so it's going to be a very short adventure.
Who remembers Sonic Rivals? I do, because I was one of the one of the people that bought it.
I mean, to be fair, how many Sonic fans had a PSP? There's a reason why those games didn't sell all that well, because most of the fan base didn't have it. I mean, you look at the Rush games, and then you look at the rival game sales, it's a night and day difference. And it's just because of the platform.
You'd rather play Sonic Rivals or Sonic Rush? The answer is obvious.
Yeah, I was gonna say, one actually
Sonic
has like
Rush.
a lot more level design that you really want to try out and play.
Yeah, and that's not like. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's just a very mid game.
It exists. That's about it.
Yeah, that's exactly
it's not
it.
terrible, but it is also a thing of you can feel that this is a game you'd probably pick up as a rental because there's really not much to it.
Dude, Iblis, can you please just be normal, please?
Yeah, I don't know why his script got screwed up for this fight. It's like, what's the point of the orbs now? You're supposed to hit these to have Iblis come your way. Now they just exist.
Well, yeah, they just exist and Iblis just does what he wants. And it's just like, okay. I don't have any way to, like... I guess I do have a way to counteract you, but it's just like... What's the point of me going over there? Yeah, like you said, what's the point of me going over there and interacting with the orbs? Nothing.
I just stick around this area because you need him to dive towards you on a platform that can't be destroyed. So you have to just kind of do things like I was doing there. You have to go on those platforms with the orb still and just kind of chill. You can technically also do that with the spring one. It does work. It's just a matter of getting Iblis to go up. I've had him like do it immediately once, so I don't know what's the trigger. I thought it was height, and then sometimes it just doesn't happen. Yeah, see, it's like he's not coming over here right now. Sometimes he will, sometimes he won't. But he can hit that platform too.
You were truly a sucker. I always seem to activate auto mod somehow.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know how,
auto
but somehow.
Because you said the word suck.
Apparently it thinks that's the problem, yeah.
Speaking of suck, did anyone play Luigi's Mansion 2 HD yet?
No, I have it on a shelf, but you know how that goes.
I know.
I've played through at least the first Mansion before in the 3DS. I'd rather play on the Switch because I can't really play handhelds too much anymore. Between eyesight and hand cramps, I'd rather just play it on the TV anyways. That's how I'm gonna beat it.
I've been getting a lot of hand. Not yet, it's on my shelf too. It's on my shelf too. So I'm gonna play it eventually. I've just been playing Minecraft, Dragon Quest Minecraft. I really like it too. I didn't realize how much I really like Minecraft-like games until when we started playing Stardew Valley.
Yeah, that's fair. They can be pretty good. Like, they're good, like, time sinks, but they also are, like, just in general really good for just keeping you busy. There's always something to do.
They're not stressful games. It's like
no, they're chill.
Cozy games. They're chill games. And I love chill games. Iblis, can you come over here, please?
Oh, because I killed these enemies, they don't count for the score anymore. I was like, are they actually giving me score or not? No, okay, that's fine. At this point, I'm literally just gonna sit here and wait, because there's nothing to do. I just have to wait for Iblis to do the charge attack. At least that's the one saving grace about, like, their change here, even though it's still terrible. He does a charge attack twice now, and you know you have to wait for that attack. So there's no, like, bait and switch like the first two hits for whatever reason.
I really like the music that, you know, during the Iblis boss fight. Like, the music's great, but that's like the only saving grace Sonic 06 has.
Yeah, the usual on that one. Music.
I could say the same thing about Forces. I like the music in Forces. That's
yeah, again, that was probably its best part. Even though the music in that game was very hit or miss. Like, it was fine, but there were definitely certain songs that are way
classic Sonic.
Yeah, the classic songs.
Oh my god, no.
Like, almost every single classic stage.
Yeah.
Hot garbage. They just screwed up the sound format.
Classic Sonic did not need to exist in that game. I don't care what anybody
Oh, yeah.
says.
I mean, even gameplay-wise, classic Sonic was pretty bad. Like, he just didn't work all that well, too. There's been so many mods for that game over the years just to fix classic Sonic. Because that's just how much they screwed it up. Everyone wants to fix it, like, immediately.
I'm fine with classic Sonic coming back, because at least it's just a re-release of a good game.
He plays fine in Generations, yeah. Like, there's no real problems there.
Yeah. I mean,
like, sometimes he might have his moments of jank, but he plays way better in Generations than, like, any other attempt they've had for classic Sonic in a 3-year game.
I just hope they don't tweak the game like they did with Sonic Colors Ultimate. Like,
yeah, well, to be fair, that was a whole different team. If this one's in-house, I'm hoping that means it's not going to be completely terrible.
like, I'm excited for Shadow Generation, Sonic Shadow Generation. I'm just cautious. I'm optimally cautious.
This company is known for doing a lot of weird things in and out of house, so I don't blame you. Not low enough.
I don't want to have a repeat of last year with Superstars.
Yeah, Superstars was also pretty bad, but it's the same reason. They outsourced it. I don't know why they had to, when you really think about it. Like, they're doing that a lot recently with their IPs, and it's only making it worse. He's not low. Why is he not coming down low enough? That's so weird. He was doing it before, now he's not. I'm gonna stay away, because I think something got broken with the script. Yeah, see, now he's low. He got really confused because I was too close.
Xbox Game Pass is getting major changes with a new tier without day one games and a range of price increases. Wow.
Okay, price increase, that's not surprise. They did that once, it was like $1 or something. It was nothing. So I figured they would need to do more at some point. I'm fine with it. It sucks, but also, like, Game Pass already is a big service with a lot of content. Adding a new tier, I think, helps it.
Yeah.
But making that tier not have day one games, is interesting. That was the whole selling point of Game Pass.
Yeah.
So now what is the selling point of that tier? It's just going to be getting games.
Be cheap. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think still the best version to get, if you have a computer, you just go with Game Pass Ultimate anyways. Because it's still, I think, cheaper than just getting Game Pass PC. And then same for getting, like, console-wise. It's still just cheaper to get the Ultimate version. You just get a lot of stuff in it. It's like, at least right now it's $15 a month. I don't know how much it's going to be after they up it.
Thing trending today is Shrek 5 got announced for 2 years from now. It's just like, why are we announcing movies 2 years in advance? Why?
We're taking a note from the game industry. Announce it before it's even in production. Because why not?
Care. Like, it's a movie. Like, I won't care that. Like, don't get me wrong. I like Shrek, just like everybody else does. But I don't care if it's not coming out this year. Please just. I don't know. I don't like it's just a movie. It's not like it's a video game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to announce it now, because people kind of figure, yeah, you're probably going to make a new one at some point. Those movies always sell good, so that's DreamWorks' like big money maker, if you really think about it, because everything else they put out is not really successful, when you break it down. Like, it does okay, but not nearly as much as Shrek. Shrek is their, like, big name, like, say, Toy Story for Disney.
Yeah. This whole Mook stage right here, I really don't like it.
It's just stupid.
It's
like,
because
this is padding for the bosses, 100%.
Yeah.
They knew, it's like, wait, we're charging for a boss rush mode, but we already have the bosses in the game as a thing you can just select from the menu. How do we make this different? Cram it full of enemies. Genius, charge them $2 a piece. Still doing the same thing here, because I'm not fighting this guy. I don't think there's a point, because I get more points out of him if I do the quick kill strat. I will try to kill more things while waiting, though, because I can just use red gems as a way to fight. Dude, that homing attack range is so
I think the last Shrek movie I watched was Shrek the Third. I think that was my last one, too.
I think that was, for me, I haven't seen anything past. I think I might actually watch Shrek 4, now thinking about it, but that's about it, if I watch it anymore.
Yeah.
Alright, get ready. He comes really fast in here, so I gotta be prepared. Alright, wait for him to do the flip.
I thought that was different. When I was...
Jump, bro, go! And GG's. That doesn't seem like much more, though, than before, though. Like, look at my score now. It's about the same as it was the last time by maybe a little bit, like, 2K more. It's not much.
When I was fighting this boss, I thought he went faster. But then again, I thought it's like, well, it's been a while since I fought him, because I got an S rank on him already, so I didn't do it. So I thought maybe it was just, I haven't played it in a while, it was this quick. No, he got an upgrade.
Under 40K, that's like, gotta be S. It's not, I have no, what is the requirement here? What is the requirement? I have to cheat and look up a video now, because I don't know.
Okay, so
140K was a lot of points.
How do we get this? How do we get this higher than this? You've done everything possible.
I've literally done everything perfect with a red gem, so that's saying a lot. Okay, I'm seeing a video here where a guy got 158K, and that got him the S, but his score is like 126K just on everything else. I gotta kill everything per phase. That's the thing. I'm skipping some enemies, so I'm gonna have to just not. For every single fight, kill everything that's on screen.
Oh my god.
And I probably have to do that with all 3 hedgehogs. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem in this mode. It's like, why? Why did they do this? Adding. 100% adding.
Dude, like, okay, that's just trash.
Yeah, no, that's you just pretty much summed up all the DLC in this game. There's a reason why I said the only one that's worth it is Team Attack Amigo, because the rest is just trash. I love how I skirted past the robot. And it feels weird to let this boss just chill in the field. But it is just the better thing to do. Okay, I didn't know there was a commander there. I gotta focus on commanders. No. I got him! What did I do? I don't know. I just parked my ass. Shit. I literally just sat there. He ran in.
Hey, boss, I got him! I got it! You get promoted to commander. Yeah!
I love how I got the rings and then frame one later I got hit. Alright, where is yellow guy? There it is.
The whole game, honestly, apart from the music.
Like, again, I think this game's level design's great, but the game itself does not show that.
You know what so sucks about everything about this with me? Is I legitimately liked this game growing up.
There you go, 1490, that's a lot.
It wasn't until I actually got it wasn't until like I got older, played it later, that I started seeing flaws in it. I legitimately did like this game when I was growing up.
I might have felt somewhat the same, because I am the same guy who has played Shadow the Hedgehog growing up and didn't really think much wrong, and everyone was bragging about their shooter games. Like, I'm playing the new Call of Duty. It's like, yeah, I'm playing the gun game too. And I just talked about Shadow the Hedgehog, and I got some weird looks. Which is very fair. Oh god, if I pause buffer now, the whole menu's gonna be too slow. Just gonna...
Oh my god, I didn't realize it causes that.
It goes in everything. So the pause menu, the enemy movement, like, everything gets slowed. Which is actually funny, because I'm talking about Shadow, but I learned of an interesting glitch in that game. One of the boss fights in it, I think it's one of the Black Bull fights. It's like near the end of one of the routes. You can activate Chaos Control in that fight, like right as the fight's supposed to end. And if you do that, the entire game slows down, even in the results screen and the save menu, which is hilarious, because you're not supposed to be able to activate Chaos Control when something's dead. It's obviously very busted. Oh my god, I'm hitting everything but the robots.
I don't
really?
What we're
You're
doing
slow,
wrong.
too.
We're already fighting all Eggman's robots.
No, wrong one.
Look at all these Eggman's robots.
I gotta hit before you lose your hands, otherwise it's gonna be really awkward to hit with bounce. May also be one of the few times you see me use red gems, not red, the green gem for Sonic, excuse me, it's during these move presses. It's really good for an AoE, but unfortunately half the time things are too far away. The robots are so nicely clumped together. The green gem actually works pretty well.
I did like your short you posted up today.
Yeah, actually, I was meaning to do that for a while. I just forgot I had that short uploaded. I'm not gonna lie. Because it's on a different page than the rest of the videos. So I kind of forgot it was there on private. Like, oh, I was supposed to release that last month. Oops. I'll release it today, it's fine.
That's all good.
I guess speaking of things that released, how do people think that I was actually playing a ROM hack for once on YouTube? Besides, like, a stream archive. It's a real playthrough. Didn't see that coming, did you? It's like he didn't see my knee.
Nah.
Colliding with his knee.
Take this.
You gotta grab a table, or are we just gonna play this game? Because I don't know why, but sometimes you'll walk in front of something, and then Silver just doesn't grab it. Even though it's been a while, you think at that point he's ready to grab.
How about this?
This is why I'm keeping my distance. The further you're away, the more likely he is to grab something. But again, he just doesn't feel like it. Even though there's plenty of items to grab. See ya. I'm leaving town. Alright, now for the worst one, because we can't do anything to speed this up. This is literally just wait. So you know what? We're gonna play this like we've never played the game before. We're gonna play it casually. Oh, sorry, hang on. We still have some fun left. I'm sorry, I'm not used to having a mook rush in the middle of my boss fights. It is kind of just here.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get why they wanted to put a mook thing in here, but it's just like you're false advertising and calling it boss rush. It's not
Yeah,
more than just boss
these
rush.
things are not bosses. Come on, man. See, I like to be able to like rush this with a spin dash, because it's the most effective, and then sometimes I just miss. Gonna get the rings before I leave, even though these enemies don't really give me much. It's better than nothing. Dude, I also hate the camera coming out of that. That homing attack chain, it always just like does this weird rush. Let me see if I can try a different thing. Nope, never mind, still does it. I was trying to pull back a bit, see if that would make a difference. It did not. It's fine, I didn't need the rings anyways. Who needs health, am I right? As I was saying before, now I played this like I never played the game before. Very casual. By literally standing around. Oh, come on. Look at that! Like, he immediately attacks in the beginning, but I can't do anything about it, because he's hitting a platform that gets destroyed. So what do you do, right?
Can't do anything.
That's a situation you just have to
Can't
let
have
him
crap in
hit.
this house.
Oh my god. You just have to wait for him to just
Can't
hit
have
something
crap
and go
in this
back.
house.
Oh, nice. I got the shield glitch.
This boss is literally just the epitome of can't have nice things.
I love when the shield does this, because it looks so stupid to have a ball above your head. Now it's consistently broken. Nice. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Electric Shield. Did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this thing is worthless in most situations. I'm mainly just using it to pull the rings closer when I'm nearby. That's it. Because it's not helping me on... Like, it's taking some chip damage from, like, the rocks he's throwing, but other than that, every other attack Miblis will hurt me, even with the shield on. So there's no real reason to use the shield for protection. At least now it doesn't matter where we go for any of these attacks, because now he's going to come to us no matter where we're at in the arena. I don't even know if I can hit that Iblis bat anymore. That's in like such a weird spot. I'm going to try. Okay, no. My homing attack being so weird. Let me hit him. Why is it when I swap to a different gem, my shield got fixed? That's not how that works.
No.
Remember when the electric shield had cool abilities, like gave you a double jump? And when you touched anything electric, it made you immune to it? Yeah, Sega kind of forgot about that for a couple years.
Do you remember
this
when
was the
shield
era of electric
actually...
shields, which just basically did nothing but attract rings. Which kind of sucks.
Do you remember when electric shields actually worked like shields and actually protected you from a hit?
I know, it's like weird concept, am I right? You remember the shield power-up? Someone forgot when the game shipped.
Oh, you mean that thing that was in the manual that
the one thing they referenced in the
do
manual they
game?
forgot to activate, which was a big bait and switch. It's really weird to hit him during those last couple hits because of the bats around him alone. Keep on homing attacking the enemies and not the actual Iblis. Okay, now it's Genesis. See, it also feels weird sometimes they put like boss, mook, but then sometimes it goes boss, mook, boss, mook. Like you don't know what to anticipate sometimes.
Bum, bum. Do, 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 do. Man, I hope you get this time. So
I feel like that first fight alone really helped because of that enemy score.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know it was that many points in the first area alone because we just focused on just X-Cerberus. Because I'm looking at my score now, it's already at 98k. We're not close. Like, mind you, we do only have one more boss after this, because it is just the final fight in Sonic Story. But we still have the move crush, so we're not done yet.
But wait, there's more!
Included with your load of garbage? It's more garbage!
Better hold on to your seats, baby, cause this one's a screamer! Can anybody quote, know where that quote came from?
I was gonna say a Batman game or something, 'cause I could have swore I heard that before.
No. No.
That does sound like a Harley Quinn
not
quote,
that.
to be fair.
I know. It does. You're kind of getting on the right track. It was 90s.
If it's any of the shows, I haven't really seen much of them, so it's probably why I wouldn't know.
It wasn't a show. It was a movie. It was an Indies movie. Give you guys another hint. It was a horror movie.
Okay, yeah, definitely wouldn't know then.
But wait, there's more. Better hold on to your seats, baby, because this one's a screamer. It was from Scream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, sick. Joe, up here now. This gives me the rings.
I'm sorry, but
Thank you.
I didn't realize you were guessing. It was from the movie Scream.
To be fair, chat delay. That's fair. Yeah, sometimes that just happens when you're flying from the underside of Genesis. You just get stuck on, like, the side. And when that happens, well, that just made this fight even easier. Just when you thought it couldn't get any easier. Wait, I want that ring. Oh, never mind. I mean, rings aren't gonna matter. I don't think I'll have enough ring bonus, but I wanted it.
That really does sound like something from The Mask. You might, yeah,
Kinda
it does.
Yeah.
It
That's
does.
why I was like, it sounds like a Batman thing, is what Harley says. And then also, yeah, I can see The Mask saying that. That does also sound like a Jim Carrey line.
Yeah.
So it could have been.
Well,
like
the
a
character.
Yes.
Honestly, the character that said it in the movie, I forget what the character's name is, but yeah, he kind of is a comedic villain. So, yeah.
I like how I killed that enemy by accident, so I lost a little bit of that score bonus.
Triggered.
It's like 500 points, should be fine.
It does sound like something from those things. I want to watch the Batman animated series again at some point. I remember how much I watched that show when I was younger.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's on like a nice random laser straight up frame one. I wouldn't be surprised something like that's on like Max or something. That feels like something like HBO would have.
Yeah. I'm sure it probably is.
Cause like it's really hard to think where you watch like this show or that show, cause like there's too many streaming services that everything's broken up on now, so it's hard to keep track.
The Mask is a good movie too. Just don't watch the sequel. Don't watch Son of Mask. It's not.
Yeah, I've always heard Son of Mask was the war, like the low point.
Yeah. You never watched the sequel. I mean, you guys, I'm not saying that you shouldn't watch it. You can if you're curious. I always encourage watching horrible movies because sometimes you can find amusement out of them.
Yeah, definitely so if you're watching with a bunch of people and you're riffing on it.
Oh yeah,
that range is dumb.
When I say a movie's bad, I'm actually gonna encourage you to watch it because it's bad and make a fun, experience out of it.
Oh, was that it?
But
okay, probably more enemies.
But Son of Mask was kind of, it was kind of bad. It's because they couldn't get Jim Carrey to be the main character anymore because Jim Carrey doesn't do sequels.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta be really mindful where I land. You know what? That actually kind of worked because I got Aikman off the screen faster.
How did
here's
you
the
do
problem.
that?
Sometimes when I do the sky gem throw like that, I overshoot the platform, and that's exactly what happened. But I landed on it, so my gems were refreshed. I was able to use it again. So I threw it on the ledge, hoping the god it hit, and I did. So I was able to save it. But
Oh
by
my
going
God, we
that
got
high
it.
up,
Yeah.
Eggman was off the screen.
Yes.
So,
We're
there
done
you
with
go.
Sonic. We're done with Sonic.
And here's the bad
Oh my
news.
God.
We're 1/3 of the
know,
way
two
there
more.
on the bosses.
I know.
It's like, we
I
still have
know.
2 more. Remember that quote I said last time we played one of these where it's like, here's the high and ew. It's like a nosedive. It just happens.
Next Sonic is done.
Now, the thing, if I played it here, it would not matter, because I would still be at 0% with no S. That's why we gotta do it in trial select mode, because this game is stupid.
Oh boy. Here we go with it with Silver.
Silver's is definitely gonna be probably the longest because of his speed, and also everything is cycle-based with him. I mean, really, the only fights we can speed up are the ones we can throw things at consistently, which is mainly just Shadow and Egg Genesis. Iblis, you just have to wait for things to be thrown at you, and you notice he throws less items at you now. That's great.
I just don't understand how you got Eggman off the screen faster.
Yeah, that was just a side effect of me trying to save my life. So that worked in my favor.
Well,
But
that's
yeah,
gonna be a
because you
clip
do
of
the
moment
Sky Gem
tonight.
thing, you're despawning Eggman. That's what's happening. He's just going so far out of bounds, he just unloads. And when the Eggman is unloaded, the game thinks you beat the fight. Because there's no more Eggman on screen, so there's nothing left for you to do. This game is weird. I don't know if you noticed that by coding.
Oh yeah. I think I noticed that like
Oh yeah,
5
here comes the
minutes
wafer
ago.
cookie. This thing I noticed doesn't actually drop any, like, for lack of a better term, ammo for me to use. Like, he'll just slam it down, and then there's like nothing left behind. Okay, prove me wrong, why don't you? That didn't happen in my practice runs.
Foot
Maybe
mouthful.
that was a Xenia issue, because maybe something didn't load, I don't know. But when I was playing this before on emulator, that didn't happen. Like, I'm happy to be wrong on that one. Nice, every
Dude.
rock got demolished.
Oh my God.
That just happens, and there's nothing to do about it. Here, have a worm thing.
Did they fix that in Sonic 06 where you don't lose your ammunition like that?
Fixed in what exactly? Because obviously in this game, never fixed.
I mean in Project 06, that's what I said, didn't I?
Oh, bro, you said Sonic 06, that's why I was confused.
Oh, I thought I said Project 06, my bad. Sorry. I just like, did they fix that issue where Silver loses his ammo if something else hits it?
I think just by it not being Havoc anymore, that, like, soft fixes it, yeah.
Okay.
The physics in Unity are a lot more natural. Alright, this one I'm gonna just cheat, and I'm just gonna look up the thing now. I'm gonna do this during the loading screens.
Iblis,
This
you're
one's a
not
little
the
hard for me to
Terminator.
find.
Iblis, you're not cool like the Terminator. Just stop.
Okay, the video I'm seeing here, someone got a little over 100k by the end, and it was an S. So this has got to be 100k. That's
Okay.
where I was getting that number from, because they do it with silver.
Oh look, it's the Mephiles fight yet again.
A place
but
silver
right there-
never was. They do this a lot. Oh, you're still alive.
Okay, so the new price charts for Xbox Game Pass. New prices: Game Pass Ultimate 1 month is $20.
Okay,
Game
so
Pass
it's a $5
Core,
increase.
yeah. Game Pass Core 12 months is $74.99, and PC Game Pass 1 month is $11.99.
And Game Pass Core, that's a year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Imagine doing that per month. That would be like, you better get day 0 access. Like, you get beta builds.
Honestly, like, if it was $75 a month for Game Pass, I'd be like, no.
I would want to know what exactly is in that plan, because they gotta give me some real good stuff for that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, because Core now is just basically the rebrand of Xbox Live. Because that's what you need to buy now if you're going to play online games. It's just all Xbox Game Pass in some fashion now. It's rewarded it. Which I guess that makes sense in some way. Just to unify the branding. It's also a little confusing when you think about it in other fashions. But that's Microsoft. We got Xbox Series X1 SX, the 2 terabyte, something. It's like, they're terrible.
Awful naming convention.
Like, everything they've named going into 1 and above has just been terrible. Like, the last good thing they named system-wise was this console, the 360. Because everything else just kind of became a jumbled wording mess. And very confusing. I was gonna laugh I killed the golem by just attacking it normally before I was able to stun. Because at that rate, I wouldn't have been shocked. Dude, when it's a gamble fest, I'm just gonna slap. Nice T-pose. Had to get him on the frame, he had to do a T-pose.
Doesn't look like you're here to talk.
I'm trying to remember, how do you grab him? I think it's immediately after you hit Sonic, then you pause and hold right trigger. I think that how it works, because that does do damage.
I always thought it was like after you attack him and he falls on the ground, and then you can pick him up.
Maybe it's that too. See, I never remember the timing, because if I could do it fast enough, I'd rather just grab all like the furniture and just
Here I come.
shuck. Wrong way.
What? What? That hurt.
What?
Here I come.
No, that didn't work.
Gotcha.
To be fair, I didn't have much meter.
That hurt.
See, at this point, it's just better to attack him.
What?
I love how it's just one more chair I needed, and I missed. It happens. Alright, at least, like, the character rival fights are not going to be that hard, just because of how fast we can wail with, like, chairs. Or barrels, in the case of Shadow.
Silver's got the worst end of the stick here. He's got to fight both Sonic and Shadow.
Yeah, 2 rival fights in this one is kind of what pads him out. This fight's not that bad, as we've learned, except his normal S rank on this is horrible. But for boss rush, I'm hoping I have a little more lenience.
I hated getting S rank on Egg Genesis with Silver. That was
yeah, it's so tight. You have to do it perfect, and you can't really get hit because you kind of need the rings to keep your momentum going. And I swear, this boss rush mode had longer loading times than just normal bosses, because this feels like 30 seconds. It feels like I turned on the PS3 version by mistake, because it's still going.
Yeah. Silver.
I don't know why
Sonic
it's so
over the head with
aggressive.
the chair. And here comes Silver with the steel chair. That's what I read when Ethan put the comment.
Is there no enemies in this?
It's like with Aerith,
alright.
Final Fantasy VII Remake, where she's beating enemies over the head with a chair.
I missed one. There we go. It's gotta be 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then next phase each time. I don't know how many of these I have though, it's the problem. I'm out, okay. So I was off by 1. I have enough to finish this. Let's go. There you go. Just enough, too. Yeah, the only enemies I think that are in this fight are the ones that he normally spawns, so this fight's literally no different. Okay, and the only hope I have for Shadow here to do this one kind of quick, if he doesn't get stuck behind a train. But that'll be later. I forgot about this. See, this is what I was talking about before. Boss move, boss move. It's like sometimes they just throw a curveball. Nice. Aim for the wrong enemy.
I wish you could have done that house boss in Final Fantasy VII instead. I was stuck with Aaron doing everything. Yeah! That is by far the worst boss in that game, in my opinion. Oh, God, I hated that boss.
Then they gotta actually get back up here. Okay, and that's it for here. So now I get the fight Shadow.
I won't hold back. Here I come.
I gotta say, though, Shadow's new voice actor, he's doing a really good job now. He used
that's good to hear.
Yeah, I think he's doing a good job as playing Shadow now. Like before, you know, in Sonic Generations, it was
yeah,
not.
in Generations it was rough, but he literally just had like one line, so I guess that's kind of why I didn't really care for his voice direction at that time.
No.
The problem I have throwing barrels at Shadows, just like sometimes don't go his direction. I don't know why. Yeah, why does that sometimes happen when I do that? I don't understand how to throw a hedgehog, but as you can tell, that wasn't intended, so there's why it doesn't work correctly. Look at all the things I was throwing at Shadow, not a single one of them hit until like halfway through that pile. Because that makes sense, right? That's the problem I have with the Shadow fight specifically. It's just sometimes things don't hit him, and I don't know why. Like, you're aiming point blank range, barrel just misses.
"40-minute boss fight in an action game. Let's just ask. Yeah. There's no reason why the Hell House in Final Fantasy VII remake was. Why? Just why?
Yeah, that does sound excessive.
Didn't need it.
For no reason.
Yeah, it was. I literally, when I got to that boss fight, I thought that I was like I was like underprepared for it. No, it just sucks. Shadow, you're dead.
Yeah, that's the sound I
on.
make when I die. I power up. He just activated Chaos Level 4. Side effect. Kills you. Oops. Probably shouldn't have activated that. Alright, one last enemy rush for Silver. Which, this one's weird. Putting the Eggman robots in the future timeline. Why? This is when we just ran out of ideas and we said, you know what? What if we just do whatever? Because this literally makes no sense.
you
Give me the
have to
things.
counter Hell House with other magic. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just killing things. Nothing new here.
So you have to counter Hell House with other magic skills, and that's how you beat them. But I don't think magic counter works very well on Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I just ended up using Aerith and slowly chipping his health away. Yeah, that's kind of what I did too, to be perfectly honest, because like, nothing seemed to work. Like, I didn't understand his gimmick when I first fought. I just didn't quite understand what his gimmick was. God, dealing with a Moo Crush.
Dude, took away my platform. Alright, and now it should just be Iblis 3. Which is such a weird order, because how we're playing it, we fight 2, 1, 3. So we're going a little backwards. Now this guy got a lot more aggressive. Notice that? He doesn't do that animation to start the fight normally. So that's already a little weird. It's like when you play a ROM hack and the creator just kind of like turns up the gimmick meter. Because that's kind of what happened there. His lasers come out way faster. No. Also, I gotta kill this guy. He's in my way. Yep, happened again.
You throwing rocks like this just reminds me of that Fire Emblem quote from Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. It's like, hey, eat rock.
Oh my god. Well, it definitely ate something. Get away from the dude. Okay, this is a freebie. If I can get the thing to go the right direction. Now, I wish this worked, but the enemy projectiles don't damage Iblis. There's no point throwing enemies at him. I gotta just wait for him to come close so I can attack his eye. Like, this was a really bad start to the fight because of the stupid goon on the right. Kept on messing up my auto-aim.
Gotta love Havoc Engine, man.
You gotta love auto-aim, just targeting the closest thing to you, even though you don't need to hit these enemies at all. Oh, okay, that one's going nowhere. That's about half the health. I shouldn't be getting all these rings because, as I mentioned, his shockwaves get a lot more aggressive. And it's gonna definitely pick up here in a minute. He should probably do the big rock now. Oh no, he's doing small ones still. Okay, that's not what I expected. I got 3 rocks out of that. That's nothing. I didn't even see what hit me there. Okay, there's the big one. At least that's guaranteed to do like about a fourth of its health. I just need some good RNG for the rest of this, so I can actually do this kind of quick.
Man, when I was younger and I first played this game, I didn't know you could take the giant ball and throw it back at him. Because I just thought, well, it's just too big. Why would I be able to pick it up? Normally I can't pick up big things like that.
Yeah, that's fair, because it does look like an obstacle more than an actual like tool. Maybe I'll have enough projectiles that I don't miss to take him close to down nothing. I don't think I'm gonna kill him next wave here. if I do damage here in 4 attacks, I don't think it's enough. It might just barely be enough if I can get this correctly. Well, that one's gone, that one's gone, that one's gone. So see what I'm talking about? It would have been basically enough, but 3 of the 4 just went to space. And I aimed forward. So that ain't on me. This is gonna be like an 18-minute fight. Oh no, no, he's being generous. This will finish him off. It's up 17. Get out of here. And I hope that's enough for 100K. I didn't even see what my score was, enemy-wise, by the end of this. I thought it was like 78K.
Yeah, like 75. Yeah, like
yeah,
75.
that's a little lower than I was hoping for. Because the video I'm watching is basically it's like at 91K, and they barely get enough. Oh, 83K. Oh no, just barely enough at time.
No, it was
83K, just barely enough.
Perfect.
Because I was wondering, I'm looking over, I'm like, how did I miss 100? Like, not 100, 10K worth of points. Like, what else did I not hit? And I was thinking it had to be Egg Genesis, because nothing spawned for me. But it didn't matter. Let's go. Get out of that. Send character. Final one. This one, I have no idea. I'm going to cheat again, get the set health. Well, not the health, the score. I think I might have got this on my run. This is the only one I actually got to complete. In this, it's a 126K, and then I get it. I can load up Xenia in the middle of these loads and just pull up my file, and I can get an idea. But it won't be now. Oh, I should also get the rings immediately. This is a dangerous fight without rings. Yep, that's the case in point. Just immediately get completely annihilated. You done? Nope. Wish there was a fast way of doing this, but I'm just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. I hope you're good with that move, by the way. That's gonna happen a lot. We're gonna do that upwards of 3 times later.
Hey, Lester, I'll be right back.
Alright, that's fine. I mean, you've seen X server, so you don't expect. Where is? He's gonna charge? Okay. Rub his face against the wall. Eventually. What's left after the boss rush? It's just one more thing, and that's Team Attack Amigo. So one thing of DLC after this. I'm gonna go for the head. Okay, work with this, maybe, somewhat. All right, now if he doesn't just ignore walls. Go. I think he only does that once right now. Okay, we're fine. Now, I'm actually looking forward to Team Attack Amigo. There's a reason why I've been saving that for our final thing to do in Sonic 06. Because I knew the DLC would be kind of a mixed bag. I just didn't think it would be as bad as it was with hard stuff. I've heard horror stories, but I didn't think it was as bad until I played it myself. And then there's this. I just didn't even know anything to expect. But Team Attack Amigo is actually a good DLC. It's actually like some really solid design. Which is saying a lot, because this game doesn't have great design. But it actually does some smart stuff. But yeah, saving best for last, exactly. Because sadly, our journey really did complete when we finished the main story. So actually got the final blow in Solaris. Because that gave us our true 100% end. But we have this, so... That's a problem now. If I do these kind of 100% completion things with more of these games in the future. A lot of Sonic games have DLC that also have their own ranking system, and it's a pain. Like, I've heard the horror stories about Unleashed DLC too. Not that it's bad, because they're solid levels. It's just they go a little aggressive with the difficulty. Like, do you like spikes? How about spike, 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 spike? Like, they just overdo the spike generation. They're just everywhere. Alright, I'm gonna load my file in emulator. I will probably have enough time to actually get into my file before this starts. Oh, maybe I didn't save it. Okay, so I don't know. Well, I almost played this with an Xbox One controller. That would have been stupid. So I don't know on my own file. I thought I got it, but I guess... Oh, no, I did. I just didn't get the save because I did it through the story mode. It's so dumb it doesn't save there, but it saves in Trial Select. It's the same thing. There's also a random, like, buggy here if you want it. Cool. It really doesn't do anything. At least in my opinion, it really doesn't do much. Where am I going? Is that it for over here? Yes, okay. Worst part is, if I got another shot out, I would have just saved my rings. That close. That close. Guess what we get to do again? Nothing! At least now I can turn my Xbox controller off, because I want to save my batteries. I think I'll turn off after 10 minutes in Windows. I just don't want to take that risk. I'm gonna see if I can snipe him. Cause like, what else am I gonna do right now? Am I right? I don't think that works. He ain't coming down. He just kind of disappeared. Nicholas has a mind of his own. Wait for another platform. I just want to get close to where he can do his dives without being a problem at this point. Try to get the rings. If I'm not going to do the damage boost strat, might as well try to keep them. I had a feeling that would happen, even though I'm hiding behind a solid object. It just happens. Alright, come on, Imbolus. Look, you're making me yawn. Find stubble and fall to sleep. May not help, I'm running off fumes. He's doing the jump now? Why? Like, I don't know what triggers him to do this sometimes. He just does it. I have no idea if I can hit that enemy now. I think he's out of reach. I might be able to finagle it. No, he's out of reach. Alright, I I just gotta play this carefully, because I don't have rings. So I'm gonna just chill here and wait for Iblis to attack. And I can't do anything to get rings. The platforms around the rings are gone. I'm best just to wait this one out. Alright, jump over here. Can't believe that worked. Alright, here he comes. It's so weird he can still do this specific lunge without the orb now. He just does it. This fight is just so weird in Boss Rush. I don't know why they changed it. It's really random. Like, it doesn't make the fight harder, it's just more tedious. And it's way less predictable because of that. That's probably what they were going for, the difficulty. Change its predictability. But instead, it just made it more confusing. Oh my god, I can possibly get up there. I just need to wait for a good shot. If he shoots me around here, I can bounce off the worm's projectile. Yo, let's go. I didn't even need that. I just attacked the worm itself. All right, cool. Well, the things we do to kill time around here. He also looks so weird when you hit him on hit 3, because you're not supposed to be able to do this normally. When you hit Iblis when he's like in the middle of the arena, that's when the fight ends. So to him for hit 3, you can really tell they weren't planning on that at first, because his animation just looked kind of cursed. It's like he's being pulled back by an invisible rope. Here he comes. I'm gonna line myself up here. See where that lands Iblis. Alright, that's a pretty okay spot. That's basically the same spot as before. Alright, touch his eye. And now we're out. I can't remember. Is this another boss fight next or is it another Moo Crush? I don't remember because they do this weird pattern.
Such foolishness. Very
Boss
well.
fight.
Let's see if you can entertain me.
This one's kind of weird because they alter it in a way I wasn't expecting. And I'll explain when we get there. I'm going to leave that one up to suspense. But it basically plays the exact same when I have to build my way to Chaos Meter. So I use the snap ability. It plays the same on that front. Although the Mephiles shadow looks a little different, I think, in this. He seems a lot more, like, obvious instead of just a shadow. Is that just, oh my god, are you kidding me? It's off by a pixel. You can literally see the meter filled. That is kind of cheap. And that's it for Mephiles. That's the change. They don't give you the Amigo section. You just win. They made it easier. The only fight they made easier in the boss rush mode, because you can't play as the other characters in these boss rushes, you're only playing as the hedgehogs. So ironically, Mephiles is easier because of that, because there's no phase 2. I don't know why, that's kind of a weird omission. And I think this might be our last Mook Rush. This is a section Shadow never fights on. In fact, this is a section never, ever consider going to. Eggman's Battle Show. Okay. Guess he's up in the sky now. Because reasons. Oh my god, I did not realize you'd go on the side of the fence. That was really dangerous. It is weird, though, to be in this area and not have an Eggman flying around. Give me quotes. What if Eggman's just in his battleship and he's just looking outside? It's like, what is Shadow doing on the bridge? How did he get on the bridge? Did he Chaos Control up? Ah, it doesn't matter. Mook's after him. Yeah, imagine Eggman coming out, going to Shadow. Get a load of this. Think you can make it here, Shadow? Because he has to change it. He can't say Sonic anymore, even though that's a quote. You have got to be kidding me. I got clipped by a random thing in the air. And I was literally trying to avoid hitting the enemy because I knew something like that could happen. I didn't want to hit the enemy. I wanted to just do a homing attack straight over. Because that's the worst part of that phase. You have to get back to the middle platform. But to do that, you're surrounded by enemies. Now, ideally, you probably shouldn't have the Chaos abilities on for that, but I need the Chaos level 2.
Well, what happened?
I got clipped by a thing and fell in a pit. I think that was the second to last fight, too. So I gotta redo it all.
Oh my god. Of course.
That's how it goes in this house. You get clipped by a random item. Look, I am shocked the one we first tried was silver. I'm gonna just say that now. I was thinking it was gonna be this one, because it's the only one I completed.
I'm trying to remember all of Shadow's bosses. Was this one?
Oh wait, no, there was still another Mook Rush after that, right? Yeah, there was another Mook Rush.
Did he land on top of that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he can just jump wherever you're at, which can include those random platforms. So I breaks them for you.
Sonic 06, the game that just keeps on giving.
Do I have enough time? Okay, now he's doing this. Never mind. I thought he was gonna do a rush, not a stomp. I mean, we take stomps. I just thought of something. Do we have enough enemies here to fill the meter up enough for Chaos stuff? I think it's just shy of it. Because if you can get a full meter for Chaos powers, I'd wonder if Chaos Snap works on the horn. But there's no way of testing that normally because there's no enemies normally in these boss fights.
Is it just me, or is it harder to fight Egg Cerberus as Shadow than in Sonic?
It is, because they take away the platforms for the insta-kill stuff, so that already tracks the fight out. But then it's also, it feels like he's a lot more offensive of Shadow. Because he does a lot more of these turnarounds, for one.
That and trying to get on his horn via his tail is kind of more difficult with Shadow for whatever reason.
Yeah, it could just be like the hitbox is all messed up or something, it's hard to say. I wouldn't put it past this game on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's barely not enough enemies to fill up your meter. That's kind of a shame. Can't believe that warped. I specifically wanted X Cerberus to attack me there, so that was really good. Alright, so now I should just be able to hard turn over and hit wall. I feel like that was worse than the first time we were here, but whatever. It almost feels like Shadow's boss rush is the longest just because of a lot more he has to deal with. Like, this is a close to 20-minute thing than just pure gameplay.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yes, get the dune buggy.
Because I have
Mikey
no
does.
rings, so I might as well use this for health. Like the Doom Buggy here, like I don't find much use for. Minus the health stuff. Because it's just half the time better to fight normally. It's only attack speed. Yep, see, that's why I'm like, Buggy might help here or there because of health. Because I just got shot. Everyone's still really upset about the whole guns thing from Shadow the Hedgehog, the previous game. So the robot's like, what if I just have the Glock?
What if I was in control of the Glock? That doesn't make your game any better, Shadow.
It really didn't in a lot of ways. Like, it made combat a lot simpler, because things with, like, big health bars, you can just blaze through with guns. Just never use a melee weapon in that game. The melee weapons were all terrible. It was not designed as a melee-focused game, so the melee weapons just had no ammo, they were very slow, and they didn't have the range. Outside of the katana, and the only way that's the good one, was because it had a sword beam like Zelda. So you would just use the sword beam, which was a projectile, which at that point just get a gun.
Yeah.
It was like, this is neat, but why? Dang, how long it takes to keep on making me think my 360 hard drive is just gonna give up like the white smoke in a minute or something.
It's gonna be like, I'm having the red ring of death. No, you're not. Not today.
Yeah, you're the like the VHS styled Xbox 360. You better have the better components. Like this, like the one I have is like the last one they made, because I had Xbox One before 360, so that's why I just got the latest model at the time, which was the, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's a Xbox 360S. I think it's technically its official name. It's the one that just basically looks like the Xbox One. It has a 500 gig hard drive, so that's the big selling point for me. Because I kind of wanted one with an official hard drive being as big as possible, because you couldn't play original Xbox games for whatever reason on the system without having a Microsoft certified drive. It was stupid. It was just one of those situations where they forced you to get a big hard drive for them. So when people think they were being aggressive about the series memory card upgrades, no, they were doing this all the way back in like 260Ks.
And Shadow the Hedgehog came out a year before this game came out. Yeah. It came out in 2005.
Yeah, it was the literal year before this. It was the last game that released holiday season, so 2005. And that game was mixed as well on reception. Like, there was a lot of, like, negative reviews for it. And a lot of it was justified, to be fair. As much as I like the game, it has a very, like, messy structure. You have to play it at least 10 times to get to the final storyline. So that's already kind of a mess. And its plot was just all over the place.
Every route's like an hour long. It's not like
it's like, not a long game when you're going through the routes. Just don't get all like 300 endings, because there's no point. There's literally no point. You only need the 10 official endings. If you want to go crazy mode, then you do that just to fill out the library screen.
And honestly, like, as much as it was kind of bad, like, reception-wise, I still find it a decent game.
Oh, it's better than this
like,
game, 100%.
To me, I like it. It's like
some people think that's a hot take. I just think that's a normal take, because a lot of people hate this,
I think,
but tolerate Shadow.
I think Shadow.
Oh my god,
like,
that kind of worked.
Oh my god.
I don't know how that worked.
God.
And then didn't. Didn't do anything.
Honestly, Shadow isn't that bad of a game. In fact, hot take, I think it's better than Heroes. That's just me.
I mean, I'll fight you on that one.
Not to say Heroes is, I know. Not to say that Heroes is a bad game. I just enjoy Shadow more than I do Heroes.
My ring went way over there. Why? I got hit over on this side and one on the opposite side of the field. Alright, that's fine.
I'll fight you on that one. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, like, Heroes is still a good game.
I'll come after you with the shadow gun. The one
Heroes is still a good game. It's just, I just find more enjoyment out of Shadow than I do Heroes. And that's not
fair.
to say Heroes is bad.
Well, I mean, there's more levels in Shadow than
Honestly,
Heroes. It's like at least double.
Yeah. You showed me over the years that I was wrong about Heroes. Because at first I was like, I don't like it. I remember back in like 2014, I was like, I don't like Heroes that much. It's too slippery controls. And then I was just like, then I watched your Let's Play of it. And my opinion changed. So, it sounds like a nightmare at 100%. Yeah, that's why I don't really count all 300 innings as 100%.
You really can't, because the game doesn't even count that itself. You get literally nothing for getting all the routes done, because the game just doesn't expect the players to ever do it. Like, to get 100% in that game, what it really entails, like, I think people break up in, like, 2 different categories for this reason. There's just normal 100% of getting all the stuff, and then it's just 100% all libraries, which would just be getting everything with the libraries. Which is just doing every route. Nice camera. So, at that point, you're really just concerned with getting all the A's, because that's how you unlock expert mode. Honestly, the best way of playing the game is you just go stage to stage. And they all basically have a goal ring, so you don't have to worry about missions anymore. Outside of, like, I think 2 levels have missions still, but they're basically just get to goal rings on missions. It doesn't matter. Like, one's like heal all these scientists, and the scientists are all literally clumped in one room. So you literally just rush the level and then win. I'm trying to think what else. You get all the A ranks, which unlocks expert, and then you get all keys, which would open all the secret doors. And I'll just say, if you're just playing that game casually, don't bother. Most of those secret doors are worthless. You know what's the funniest one? You see that car over there, right? Gee, I wonder if they would put that in a stage that has like an auto-scroller to it and can't drive cars behind a secret door. Oh wait, they did! One of the stage's rewards is just you get like a Hummy, like in a secret door, and it's on Lost Impact. The stage that literally cannot be bothered with a car. It does not matter. It is hilarious, and also really depressing.
I think the only stages I actively hated in Shadow was Lost Impact and Bad Matrix. That was like the ones I absolutely hated.
There's some of the worst missions. The hero mission for Lost and the dark mission for Mad are terrible. Like, Mad Matrix alone, outside of the normal mission, the hero in dark takes so long that you just get an automatic A rank if you don't die. Because the scores are like, they're literally in the 4 digits. The only time they do that in the game. They're like 5,000 apiece or something.
Oh god, we're doing Eblis. Oh boy. Okay. Let's do the same thing that we did with Sonic. I know a YouTuber I watch who absolutely hates Heroes, but kinda tolerates Shadow. I
mean, that can be fair, because I've heard complaints with it when it comes to the controls, but also sometimes like the structure too. So that's a fair like argument. Because honestly, it was like everything that was after Adventure 2 for like a few years had a very mixed reception from people. People either liked the games or just didn't care for them, and they all had like their love-hate like reasons. So I can understand that kind of mentality, like liking one but maybe not the other.
When I said I didn't care, like I didn't like Heroes back in the day, it was more of a just like it wouldn't be my first choice to play a Sonic game. Kind of game.
Yeah, and that's fair.
It wasn't like I actively hated the game. I thought the game was fine. It's just I didn't like it as much as the other ones. Like I said, I just liked Shadow more than I did Heroes, which is honestly nowadays it's kind of a fair take. But back then it was just like, what? You don't like Heroes, but you like Shadow? And it's like back then it was like one of those things like I couldn't state my opinion online, otherwise I'd get crucified.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least for like a while, Heroes actually seems a pretty okay game. It's just, it was hit or miss on people if they liked it because of the structure, but Shadow was always kind of considered bad from a lot of people because of its structure. So that's why, like, give it years, and then, you know, people's opinions changed, and that kind of argument's sake just kind of mellows out.
It's just like
I just view Heroes basically as like the 3D version of the classic games, because each team plays very similar but different at the same time, kind of like playing as Sonic, Tails, or Knuckles and 3 and Knuckles. So I kind of viewed it like that structure.
And then then 2010s happened, and then everybody said, "Oh yeah, Adventure 1 and 2 were actually horrible games," and I just like. What? Excuse me, what?
Yeah, we had this like 180 on the game's receptions, and I think we're 180ing back. It's like, man, fanbase really just doesn't know what they want.
Yeah,
like, we want this and also don't want this at the same time, and insert the game here for what that could be, because it keeps on changing.
Honestly, it just baffles me, because like Sonic fanbase, when it comes to certain games, it just like it's like reverse Zelda. It's almost Zelda cycle-ish.
Kind of, almost. Yeah. Where they like it once, hate it next, maybe like it again, or vice versa. It keeps on changing with time in very drastic ways.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say it's like... It wouldn't be like Zelda fan base, because Zelda fan base is just like, when a new game comes out, actively hate it. And then a couple years later... Oh yeah, it was actually really great. It was like one of the greatest games ever.
Yeah, it's a love-hate relationship change.
Sonic's is like, you can have an okay game, and then like it was actually a good game, and then years later people are like, actually it was horrible.
Yeah.
They're like a reverse effect. Almost.
Can't wait for 10 years from now where people say like Frontiers was the worst game in the series, because that's gonna happen. You know it. It's like it has its faults, but people are gonna just say it's terrible because it's terrible. Because why not?
People are starting to say like games like Sonic Colors were horrible games. It's like, oh, but the writing was horrible in that game. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, look.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, man. Go back to that time. Look at the reviews that came out. I don't think people agreed with that take.
That's like, you know, look. Okay, let's back it up. Know what time period Sonic Colors came out. It came out after, like, a lot of bad Sonic games. Like, Sega was getting... So Sega took it back just a notch.
Especially
so that
given
way
how the design is,
too. Yeah, they literally just took it back a notch because, like, okay, we gotta calm down with this active, like, lore stuff. Now people are actually liking the lore of Sonic now. Where it's like, okay, well, I like these giant, like... Eldritch God monsters, like final boss battles, which, you know,
such foolishness.
So Sonic obviously did in the 2010s, like 20 and the 2000s onwards. It was a lot of that as your final boss.
It was also like a thing where, like, upwards to Sonic 06, every game had a bunch of different playable characters, but starting with Unleashed, it was just Sonic. But it was Sonic with like 2 different game styles. And how that kind of underperformed too, that's why it started in Colors, they just focused on like one game style.
Yeah.
And that's why it reviewed really well. And we've kind of been there since. But now we're going reverse, where like you said, we're kind of back to having like the big Elder God style stories and bosses, but we're also bringing back the many playable characters. Because the Frontiers DLC brought back 3 playable characters. Which is starting to show people are wanting that.
And now, you know, they're remastering Sonic Generations and adding a new story with Shadow, and it's like, oh, we get to play as Shadow again. What are you doing,
when he spawns in? Are you kidding? I didn't know that.
What are you doing? He was like doing a breakdance almost.
Alright, we have Omega home. Omega home. He ain't here.
I can try to find something positive about almost every Sonic game. I'm the guy that likes Sonic 4, okay?
Okay, give me... I want to hear... What do you think about Sonic Unleashed? Java version. This one's gonna be hard.
Honestly, I can't tell you because I have not played that.
I like it because it actually ran on a phone. That's about it. To be fair, no one played it for a very obvious reason. It wasn't really a thing being distributed in most phone stores, so
Yeah.
I don't even know how many units that actually got to sell. Like, realistically, I highly doubt Sega moved many copies of Sonic Unleashed on a cell phone in 2008, before we had things like the iPhone.
The way Unleashed is just as good as HD version.
I mean, it really is. It's different in its own regard, but those differences
Yeah.
are also pretty solid. I mean, back when it came out, people preferred the Unleashed-styled Werehog levels a bit more because they were shorter.
Yeah.
So
Not
people
only that,
appreciate that version in some ways.
Perfect Dark Gaia is better in Unleashed than it is HD.
Yeah, it's not nearly as long, and I think the
Yeah.
gimmick is better there.
Yeah. The fact that it's a punch-out fight, that gets me every time. I love that. I like punch-out. I think everybody does.
See, this is what I wanted to do when we were here last time, and I just got completely demolished.
Did you want to play Punch-Out? Okay, well, we'll just get your copy off the shelf and we'll play Punch-Out on Wii.
Don't get in my way.
Do you have a copy of Punch-Out?
On the Wii, I don't know. I have the original. It's Mike Tyson specifically, too, so OG version.
Oh, okay.
Fun fact, I tried to install the WiiWare version via LED ways on my Wii, and it actually broke it. Like, when I installed
really?
it, my system menu just got corrupted. So it's like,
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't install this on a Wii. Because then what I did after that was, because it's a hacked system, I'm able to just reload it into a different menu. So thankfully, if my system loses the main OS, I can just load up a different one. So I was able to fix it. If I didn't have things like Boot Me and Preloader, I would be kind of screwed.
How about this?
Be out of a Wii. I did that back in like 2009, 2010 once. And I thought I actually broke my system because I installed something wrong. I'm like, oh god, how do I ask for a new Wii because I might have installed the wrong thing on my current one? But then I fixed it.
No use.
I did not know he was around the corner. Thought he was a little further away. It's fine. It really doesn't do anything. That just wastes time. Huh, okay, didn't know you can hit him before he throws something, because I kind of got lucky there.
Yeah, you did.
I was just trying to move. I always homing attack with Shadow, because it's just faster than moving. So he doesn't have the spin dash here, but I can just homing attack. That's fast. Dude, just grab something. Holy crap.
How about this? Take this.
That's a pose.
Swagging on him.
Alright, I think
swagging
this is
on
our last Mook Rush, and then we fight Mephiles again. This one's kind of a weird one. I remember this Mook Rush. Like, we're gonna mainly be on a bike for this. So this time it's actually good to have a vehicle, because it's the best vehicle for combat. Like, if you want one of these, it's gonna be the one with 100 bullets. I'm gonna refresh my ammo. That's actually faster than waiting for it to come back.
We S-rank this, then all we have left is Team Attack Amigo.
Yeah, which that's not really that bad. I don't know how it's gonna go for the S-rank thing, but the stages themselves are actually pretty good. Now, mind you, they do have their own fair share of jank still, but I think it's more like tolerable jank.
And you're done with this accursed playthrough.
Yeah, because honestly, the game kind of took a giant nosedive once I got the DLC. Like, everything else was okay, minus certain factors, but DLC, yeah, not even close. The DLC on this has been some of the worst DLC I've played in my life. Let alone some of the worst game stuff I've played in my life. That's saying a lot.
It's very hard.
A lot of sneakers.
Very hard just took the wind right out of you.
Oh, very hard.
for sure.
Absolute garbage.
Yeah. Which is a reminder for everybody, if you even mildly interested in this game, you might want to get it on.
I forgot he had that. Oh my god. I'm gonna try that on my next fight. Yeah, that. I forgot he had the explosion effect. Because I don't charge Chaos Snap ever in level 2. There's no point. Just let it go.
I'll make sure you regret this, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Okay, Dan Green.
I thought you said Dad Green for a second. Okay, Daddy Green. Daddy Yugi.
There was something that was funny the other. I saw Dan Green tweeted out yesterday. He signed a pop figure of Yugi for a fan, and he put one of his quotes from the TV shows. Just where he said he gave a story on what came along that line, because that line was improv. It was one of the earlier episodes where Yugi tells Joey, he says, "I don't think you're supposed to cook the candy bars, Joey."
I'm surprised that was improv.
Yeah, that was improv, and Joey's voice actor's like, "Shut up, I know what I'm doing."
Like, that felt like a very natural conversation. I felt like it was scripted, so kudos to them for actually doing that as an improv line, making it work.
Yeah. I thought that was the funniest thing, because I was like, I remember that episode. I just laughed about it. Joey's my favorite character in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh yeah, like, honestly, of all the characters, he is probably my favorite as well. Like, he has his own likable moments, but it's also a lot of the jokes, I think, really work the best with him.
I've always liked the Yu-Gi-Oh! TV show, no matter what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty good. I mean, they have their moments. Let's just not cut ourselves there, but it's mainly the 4 kids right that make it kind of weird.
Yeah. And $20 for everything. Yeah, if you want to buy this whole package, DLC and all, it's going to cost you $20.
Yeah. And it's gonna get a little more expensive to get the base game at least once the store is shut down on Microsoft's front, because you know that's usually what happens. So. And if I could do this fast enough, I want to one cycle this guy, because it takes a long time to get more meter. That's why you never want to do any more in level 1 here.
Did you know that this game was played on an episode of Breaking Bad?
I did not know they played this on Breaking Bad. That's kind of random.
They were playing the multiplayer of this game on episode of Breaking Bad.
This is so dumb. I literally had no time. He's like at the finish line health-wise. So now I gotta waste like about a minute and a half just to build meter for literally like 2 kicks. Which happens sometimes. There's nothing to be done in that situation. You just have to hope that Mephiles gives you the good patterns to attack him immediately. This is very easy to happen. I think it happens more often here. I don't know why, but it feels like it has slightly more health or it just dodges your attacks more often. So I feel like a one-cycle almost consistently in the main fight.
I've been holding on for a long time, but I guess I'll get it. I mean, yeah, it's probably the best just to, at least if you want to try it.
Yeah, I mean, at least the base game I recommend people to try at the very least. Everything else,
this game,
I mean, probably not, but just try it. Don't actually do it.
This game's an experience, I'll tell you what. It really is. And I think like it's kind of like that fun bad experience.
Alright, thankfully those guys are just enough for my meter. I gotta just now wait. Every time. I just gotta wait now for Mephiles to do the chain. I can skip some. and finish it. Sub 20. That hurts.
God.
That hurts saying that.
I am forever. I am invincible.
Alright, so I don't know what this is. I feel like it's 120k. And that's just what I got. We're good.
Perfect.
Oh, there's only one thing left. Thankfully. What if I just said no on saving right now? It's like, sorry, we gotta do it again. That would hurt me. I'm not doing that to me.
Okay. One last thing. Team Attack Amigo.
I'm
Then
just,
you're
again,
finally
cheated
free.
one more time. Looked at rank here. 165k. I'm seeing that can get you an S. So we want to aim for around 160, I would think, for final score. All right, let's do it. So this one's special. If you're going to get any DLC for this game, because you're sadistic like me, this is the one to pick. Because this one's actually unique. You're going to play as 3 different characters as this. 3 stages of Tails, 2 stages of Blaze, and 2 stages and a boss as Omega. So you're playing as one of the characters per story. So we get Tails from the Sonic side, Blaze from the Silver side, thank God it's not aiming, and Omega from the Shadow side. Thank goodness it's not Rouge. Like, we're dodging a lot of bullets when it comes to certain characters, I will say that. Tails has, like, the most stages, but he definitely doesn't have the most gameplay when you break it down. Because Omega stuff is long. Now, we can skip his first section with Dusty Desert, but because we're going for the score, I'm not going to be doing that. Really need ring stuff. There's like nothing here. Also, Tails can grind. Don't know if you knew that. No one really did until you played this DLC.
Tails can grind?
There's no situation where he runs in the rails in his levels. So, yeah, he can grind. It's just a thing you only see in DLC. It's kind of like with Silver and him grinding in, like, Crisis City. Right, the character's programmed to do it. It's more of a thing, is the rail program to work, not necessarily the character. I think every character can do grind rail stuff, and then, well, if Knuckles from Rouge can just climb walls and sections, they gotta have it coded. Now you think, hey, can I skip this? This seems pretty easy. Now, giant invisible wall. And that's section 1. I gotta be fast here, because this is Radical Train with a train. Unfortunately, it's not like Silver with no train.
No, because they said, oh, that was easy. When even though Silver's Radical Train is...
God, me saying it that way made me think of that quote. I can't remember how it fully goes. It's so complicated. It's like you want to have games with no games, or no games with games, or whatever the quote is. Like the most convoluted thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? Have you seen the clip?
Yeah. I think so. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I can't remember the full context of the clip, too. It's like some weird question where someone, like, doubled up on words. Like a streamer. Yeah. But it became a meme because of it.
Okay, Ethan. We'll see you in a bit.
Android food. Can I get high enough for this? Okay. I didn't think I was gonna reach.
So what's our score limit on this?
I don't know exactly, but I'm aiming for around 160k. Like, total. Because I don't know what's really gonna be when you break it down. I really shouldn't go into this, but this guy's worth 1,000.
It's hard not to miss with the big mechs. You don't want to skip out on 1,003 points.
Yeah, 1,000 is a lot. Like, if it's a little guy, it's 100. Who cares? A big one, 1,000? I might sidetrack a bit for you. Problem is with Tails' carpet bomb strategy, sometimes it'll work and sometimes the rings just miss. Just in time, let's go. Because that was kind of close when you really break it down. Train's like right behind me. And I don't know if it's a thing they changed here or not, but it does kind of feel like Tails' ground speed is slightly faster. It looks like he's moving slightly faster than normal. Again, he can grind here. This was their opportunity to update some stuff. Or it could just be crazy. I wouldn't be surprised. I played this game too long, so I become crazy by extension. Still fast to fly though, so I'm gonna fly in any case I need to move. The most awkward enemy combat situation of your life. It worked. Now I don't know if I gotta worry too much about score just because of Omega alone. As long as I get to his section, I'm gonna have a lot of points. There's so many things to kill with Omega. By the way, we're still in DLC. I don't know if you noticed because random spikes everywhere. They still love their spikes. Look, it's not nearly as aggressive here. That's our saving grace. You want to see the most roundabout pathing, by the way, too? Take this rail. This doesn't make any sense. You could go in a straight line, or you can make, literally, it feels like 5 to 6 lefts and rights that go straight. God. That was very roundabout for no reason. A laser, that's not a timer. I think it's the only time they do that. It's just this stage.
Where they put lasers in the boosts.
Yeah. Specifically just for Tails.
Oh god.
Yeah, it was a little scary. It's a good thing I clipped back onto the rail. So I wasn't sure what was gonna happen. I've died there before. I love how I walked on top of this man. Like, when they fly, it's so awkward to hit these robots. And you know what sucks when you get hit and you have to carpet bomb a bunch of rings? I don't know where the real ones are. They're just rings everywhere, and I don't know which are mine and which are not mine, if you know what I mean. It gets a little confusing.
Is that a
yeah, I think that's a new screen. That looks like Section 2 for Sonic. Like, see, this is like the one DLC they put effort into, instead of just throw things together or hope it sticks.
Now our plan is plays.
Imagine if we got stuck with Amy for the silver character representation. It's like, please, no. I want a refund DLC now. Robots just chilling. They don't really do anything. They're just there. They also give you a lot of lives in this, I've noticed. So if you're just playing through this normally, you should be okay on life count. Sonic's shield wishes it can do this. Like, seriously, man. That is what I want to do as Sonic in this stage, but you just can't. This section's a little dangerous. Just take your time. I don't know why you would ever go for that life. That's like the worst place in life. Just don't bother. Also, mean little thing there. Double jump on the way out of that spring. Yes, you can. I didn't think you could at first. I actually died there. I think that happens again somewhere. See, we're actually having fun with DLC. It's a weird concept, I know.
I'm having fun?
It's like when you competently design something, it actually works pretty well, and the player's gonna enjoy their time with it. Instead of slapping things together, hoping they stick, and then it turns out to be a solid mess.
What is this madness? I'm having fun.
Now, imagine if the gold ring didn't spawn. You would just fly into space and die. It almost looked like it was gonna happen. Now, I've had some trouble in this section, so hopefully we're okay here. I like how they just start you on a spring because they know you just don't want to wait. Just get a move on now. I don't like how the camera doesn't immediately move down here, so I gotta do it myself.
Like aquatic base, it just push the level better.
I would say, though, this might be the worst way of playing it next to the silver one, just because of the ball section. There's no ball. Yeah. That's gonna make this kind of difficult. I might need it for safety. Nice, I love getting hit by corpses. So this normally has a ball, or you just swap the Knuckles over here with Sonic, but we get neither. We got a platform. And this is a little tricky, because, you know, wrong move, you die. So no pressure. At least you got the double jump, so that makes things a little bit safer. But reminder, the double jump, that's the much height you get, and it's kind of momentum based. So you do have to be careful with your timing. And once you activate that second jump, you're committed. So whatever height you stick with it, you're not gonna gain it back. Kind of want to go back to this platform. This section's a little tricky otherwise. Honestly, what?
No.
All right, hang on. Can I just ask how at this point, besides 06 Shank, because we know that's the real answer, but what in the world? I literally clipped under the level by playing normally.
Oh my god.
Oops.
9 minutes into
All
this
Jake.
level, and then 9 minutes down the drain. Well, I guess we're gonna start over.
Yeah, honestly, it's like I'd rather just do that.
Ugh. 9 minutes into the level, man.
Dude, I don't even know how that happened. I literally just played normally. That has never happened to me before. I didn't even know that could happen. So there's some collision problem there with that pole that I never seen with any other character. I was gonna say, I'm surprised that double jump made it, so I thought I was gonna die right then and there. Then I died 2 seconds later by clipping under the level. Because, you know, why not? gonna maximize my score more because I'm bitter. Now let me go this way this time because I'll get a life. I definitely need one after what just happened. In more ways than one. Yeah, they definitely have to increase this ground speed, because Tails is moving almost as fast as me just flying when I'm on the ground in some areas. Yeah. So I think they did alter its speed. Which is good, because Tails moves really slow normally. So that's a welcome change.
I hate that when you go on these long levels and it's just like, oh, the score is gonna be like super high, and then you're just like, well, all that progress down the drain.
Yeah, because the problem is you can hit start over and reset that section, but you're down points. If you die in any of these sections, you're better off just resetting the whole level. Or technically, I guess in this sense, level structure. You're just not gonna be close. I think the most you might be able to get is with Omega. You might be able to like cross in like B territory.
That's the biggest problem I have with this in particular, because just because it takes so long to get back into the game, you know, and it's annoying more than anything.
Yeah, because you have to redo so much, so if you don't have the time to dedicate to just constant resets, then it just becomes like maybe 1 to 2 attempts and you gotta put it down, come back later. So it's really hard to actually make progression after a while when you have to just keep on trying again. Also, I love your flying, and then these platforms still sink. It's like I'm not even on them, but they're still counting like Tails' weight on the platform. It is so dumb. Can I not? Alright, I guess I'm not getting that life. Wasted too much time just trying to grab it. I love doing circles around an item because I'm just too fast. Yeah, train's literally right here. Like, look at how fast I move in the section, and the train is right behind me at all times. You really can't waste much time there with Tails. You just don't have it. And still, the easiest way of going through that section is with Sonic and Red Gem. Nothing else stops it.
Because it slows down everything.
Yeah, the most I've been able to do, like, you see it in a speedrun all the time, but you can hit that first checkpoint with Shadow in his section, and you can skip having to interact with the train the second time. But only that one, because if you try to go from first train section to second train section without dying, you're not gonna have the time. Just flat out, you won't have the time at all, even if you're the fastest person alive. Like, that train is very aggressively fast, no matter what character you're playing as. the bridge didn't even spawn that time, so blocks just fall. The classic. So we do make a straight line, we just don't really do it for the optional one. Okay. That seems a little weird, if you ask me. Also, I landed over here in this section, and I warped way forward. Yep, that's about right. Where am I going anyways? Oh, backwards. Yep, the classic.
Way forward, as in, I can't wait for Shantae Advanced to come out later this year.
I would not be surprised. They haven't put a date on it.
Here.
Oh my god, I didn't know that disappears! Oh my god, that's bad! I can't make it back! Did not know that! Needless to say, we ain't doing that strat again. Alright, you learn something new every day. Because I didn't know those rails are on a timer. As I was saying, I wouldn't be surprised if we get an actual like release date window going forward. I would not be surprised if that's like October, November time. They released it like December before. So way forward is just releasing games whenever they're done.
Yeah.
Well, I think like I can't remember how long it was before release if you were a backer of Half Genie Hero, but that came out like a couple weeks beforehand if you were a backer. You have to play it a little early. But it was not like your early access we get nowadays of like 3 days or whatever stupid amount that you usually get. It was like a couple weeks, I think. I can't remember because I didn't back it. I don't really back Kickstarters. That's just my thing.
I only backed two. I think I only backed 2 games in my life, and that was Ukulele and Bloodstained. Those are the only 2 games I backed.
Yeah. Mind you, those are probably some of the best ones for you have done that with. They turned out pretty well.
Yeah. They turned out really good. At least to me, they did.
So good, we gotta make it again.
What they can about you. I know. Ukulele.
Which is such a weird name, but it's also on brand, I think, at this point for Playtonic.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how to feel on it. On one hand, it gives them a chance to fix a lot of problems that Ukulele had. The original.
Yeah.
The second thing I'm worried about is just like, is it a little too soon? I don't know.
In some ways, yeah, I can understand that. It's hard to say because it just depends on what they do. We don't know what they're doing outside of a graphical overhaul so far, because that's all we've seen in the trailer. Yeah. And mind you, it looks really good, but the original also looked good for what it was too, so I don't know. It's really hard to say if it needs the graphical uplift.
You know, it's like, it's the same thing with like Shovel Knight getting its remaster.
Oh yeah, that definitely feels like we just need something now because we're running out of money. Like that just kind of felt like a cash grab. Since it's really no different than normal Shovel Knight outside of online support. Like that's mainly it. Because the game already had co-op. So you didn't need to add that as a selling point.
If you can play as all the other Knights of the Quarter of No Quarter in the game, that's cool. But it doesn't, I don't know if that's the only thing, like, if that's actually going to be the thing. They said 20 playable characters.
Yeah, because they're ripping all the characters from that Smash clone they made. That's why.
Yeah, I kind of figured, but like, does each character get a story mode, or is that just one congruent story?
No, it's just based on the Treasure Trove storyline, so it's all the exact same. It's just Shovel Knight's story. But now you can play as a different character. They confirmed that already. That's why people are a little mixed on it, and that's why everyone's kind of criticizing that idea. It's like, this is literally just taking assets from a different game you put out already in the Shovel Knight game, and then just putting it back in Shovel Knight. Because people are really mad that it's really no different than what we already have. Like, I have not heard anything good about that Shovel Knight announcement. A lot of people were super critical, because they're looking at this, it's like, but why?
I mean, don't get me
that's a
wrong,
beloved game, so that's saying a
thing.
lot.
Yeah, it's like, Shovel Knight is like, by far, probably my favorite indie game out of all of them that I've played. And that's saying something. You know?
Yeah, because there's been a lot of solid indie games over the years. From like a bunch of different genres. Not just for platformers, because there's a lot of good platformers. seen.
Speaking of which, did you hear about Galaxy Trail coming out and saying that, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna make a physical copy of Freedom Planet 2. Like, I guess everybody's been asking them about it.
There's been a lot of questions, so they just kind of put out this blanket statement answering a bunch of them. Yeah, I seen it. They basically said, yeah, we don't know about physical. There's no plans currently. They don't have something lined up right away. They could not. No plans on Xbox because Xbox is a pain for every dev to work with nowadays and be seen. I think everyone kind of expected that. And then they officially confirmed that the Spade and Torque DLC was canceled for Freedom Planet 1. That's been rumored for years. I think a dev came out and said that like once, and then that was it. Like there was no talks after that, so a lot of people were still confused about that DLC being a thing or not. So it was just a big blanket statement that they had to put out about a bunch of news.
I kind of figured that was.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it's only in the beta server on Steam,
I know
so.
Yeah. They flat out, I think they told one time that there was no plans to add more content for Freedom Planet 1.
Yeah. Some people were upset about it because that was a part of the Kickstarter originally. They planned on making Spade and Torque as extra content as a stretch goal, and they met it. So people were a little upset that it was canceled just because of that idea alone. Like, that was content they promised, that just didn't happen. But that sometimes happens. That's why you can't overpromise things in a Kickstarter. Because you may not be able to do all the stuff. Like, Bloodstained and Shovel Knight are two games that are great examples of that, where they kind of overpromised, and they're still being developed after years of release. Like, Shovel Knight only like finished up in 2020, and then they kind of just said, what if we do it again? And then Bloodstained is still getting new content.
Bloodstained
That came out in like 2017,
yeah,
2018? No, 2019. It was 2019.
Yeah, they just released one of the contents for one of the characters just now.
Yeah, like that's still getting... It's mainly costume stuff, but it is still DLC, technically. And that's like 5 years later. Again, that's why you can't overpromise things in a Kickstarter, because then you're developing the game for years after it's out. Which at that point you can't move on to new projects. And some of these games are kind of stuck in that situation.
Yeah.
And then you get some games that just never come out because they were a thing some devs just tried for, but they couldn't make work. So they just move on to something else. But that happens all the time, too. It's like going back to that Kickstarter thing. That's why I just didn't really back anything. Because it's a gamble the stuff will come out. I'll support it when it's available to actually pre-order. Not to, like, pre-idea order.
Yeah. If Galaxy Trail does do a physical copy of Freedom Planet 2, I really hope it's not runs. I know it's probably going to.
It probably will because they worked with them in the past, and I don't think they had a problem with them before, so that's why they would probably try it again. But yeah, I know everyone is like the same boat. They just don't want to see that because no one cares for the company. They've had so many problems these past few years alone.
Honest to gosh, I'm so sick and tired of limited run games in general.
Oh, yeah.
I can't get behind any of the practices that they do, because the whole idea of making it limited, I know it's in their name, but making it limited just irritates the crap out of me.
Their method of doing it is more just because of the PR push. You want that FOMO purchase, and they bank on it. That's the whole point. But the stuff they're doing now with it really doesn't make it look limited because they have an overstock in their stores, it looks like. I've seen people, like, apparently they can go to, like, one of their physical locations. Because I know they have one in Raleigh, so I've seen some people go there, North Carolina, get stuff for, like, literally, what, $30 cheaper than what it sells online because they have too many. They couldn't sell them all. They overproduced. It's like, why don't you just sell those normally then on your site? It's like they have some... Well, okay, what was that? Alright, try again, ball again. They sometimes will do that kind of practice where they'll produce more than what they order, I guess, just as a failsafe, but then they can just sell it for a discount later. It's like, then why don't you just put that on the platform after the fact? They never sell their stuff after that initial pre-order window, which makes no sense. doubly so when you see they have extra versions of these games lying around that they need to get rid of. So there's a lot of questions on that crap.
You know what really bothers me is, like, I have all the Shantae games on the Switch, except Fire Force. That bothers me, seeing, like, all those
because you missed that
Shantae
limited
games on my shelf
production. It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. And it just, if I want it, I'm gonna have to go spend $500 on eBay. At that point, I just say screw that.
Yeah, because it's not worth it. I mean, physical media is becoming less and less of a need anyways, now the games are starting to become just glorified keys. So it's like, I don't see their practices really working all that well going forward because of people just don't care as much getting physical or digital. And they're basically just kind of becoming GameStop in a lot of ways, where they're bundling games with a bunch of crap no one wants just to sell it at a higher price. And everyone's just not caring. Like, I don't know how many versions they sell of, like, a collector's edition compared to a, like, standard release. Like, I would love to see that margin difference. Because I highly doubt it's going to be, like, maybe 50% of the people who bought this physical then might have bought, like, the collector's version. It's probably, like, 1/4 of the people, or something low. I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if I can find the images. I might have links to them, but did you know about, like, the Shantae acrylic thing they did? It was a terrible situation.
No, I didn't hear about this.
So apparently, like, they released, like, these acrylic Shantae statues that you can put on, like, this big one. So it was basically like a collector's set. We had to get the games to get the statues. But apparently, I don't think, like, they fully committed to that bid. So it's like some people didn't even get the, like, their little acrylic pieces to put on the statue.
Oh my god.
Like, I've heard a lot of problems, people just getting the Shantae statue thing from them.
Well, I know that they had terrible, like you know, CD-ROM, CD-ROM being sold on for 3DO games and
yeah, they screwed
all
up
the
that
other stuff. Like getting digital copies of games, which defeats the freaking purpose of what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
You know, I've heard so many horror stories about that company, so much, and I just, it just.
I mean, it's bad enough when people make a full-blown, like, documentary series at this point on that company, and it's like there's so many people talking out now about them. It's like their PR is just a mess at this point.
Firing a social media intern because somebody saw that they follow some conservative figures on Twitter. It's like, excuse me.
Yeah, it's like they will
really?
just, like, terminate because of reasons unknown. Like, they just kind of do whatever. And it is another red flag for the company.
Said person never said anything political on their Twitter, nothing like that. It's just that they follow. They followed,
They ate my jump. I will see if I can find the said link I'm talking about to these images. No, that wasn't your fault. The game literally ate my jump. It should be in screenshots. Where is it? I got a bunch of random chunk screenshots on here, and I gotta clean out at some point. It may actually be in camera. This might be it. Let me see if I can load this link up as the game is loading. I could probably beat the damn game loading up at this rate. Nope, that's a different link. Also love in this section seeing monsters release spawn from the sky. Just falling in. I'm gonna take the fast way this time.
I just gotta get through this as the last one. Then Lester can put this game in the garbage where it belongs.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what do I do about the digital copy? Just throw this whole 360 in the garbage can? Don't need it, just play on the one anyways.
It's the only game I have for 360 anyway.
I mean, it's like, honestly, the only games I really have on this system that I can't play on my one is actually, I think, just this and Forza Horizon 2, strangely enough. 'Cause I think 1 was, I can't remember, 1 was backwards compatible? I think it might have been. And then 3 was, but not 2. Like, alright, I don't know why 2's not on the Xbox One.
Okay. Is Lost Odyssey backwards compatible?
I believe it is, yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's like, when we're talking about what games you want to get on the marketplace before it shuts down, it's really hard to think of what's really on there that you need to get. Because most stuff was either ported with other things or backwards compatible. So you can still get a lot of 360 games and DLC. It's a weird situation.
I just don't understand you, Sega. Why did you make every other Sonic game backwards compatible but this one?
I mean, commercial failure. I just want to completely forget it. I can understand it too.
Is it really commercial failure when it sold 1 million copies?
It is a question of, I don't know what that really meant for success, yeah. It's like, it was successful, also wasn't? Like, alright, sure.
It's just like, is it really a commercial failure if it was enough to make a platinum hits copy? Doing radical change yet again, because God. This DLC, it sounds like it's a lot better than the other ones, though.
Yeah, no, it is, 100%. It's properly designed, compared to a lot of the other ones where they just throw things and hope it sticks. Plus, if you're seeing things like your character's base speed being adjusted, they actually took the time to develop this one. It feels like this was like the one DLC that Sega might have actually greenlit first to do, or the team just started on first. Because it actually has some polish to it, compared to the others.
I had even though it was for your own sanity, Lester, I did enjoy this series.
I mean, I hope people did for that reason. I do notice people do usually like the Sonic ones, just because when we do these Sonic completion stuff, there's a lot of game, for one, so we get to see a lot of different things. Not to mention, there's just a lot of weird moments like that, especially in a game that's not finished, technically. Like, of course, we're gonna get a lot of weird, janky moments here. The game itself is weird, janky moments. I just know, like, for my sake, the next game on the docket that's like this would be Shadow the Hedgehog, but that one's a weird one for 100%, because do you just do normal? Like, just get all the stuff, or do you want to actually do all libraries? Because the problem with that is it's going to be extremely tedious after, like, the 4th or 5th week. It's like, hey, guys, welcome back to Westopolis.
Dude, I don't know about
Run
that one.
306.
That one just seems like... I don't know, we did 100% Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, mind you, I don't think Shadow would be a whole year, but something tells me that might be like 4 to 5 months. Just because of the structure. It's like, as we mentioned before, each run you can do in about an hour's time or so, but it's still like very much a padded experience when you're doing that but 300 times. Do the math, if it's an hour per, and it's like over 300 runs, that's at least, that's 300 hours. That's a little much for Sonic. Like, they went overboard on the library thing. It was a cool idea, but it also was a little overboard. Remember when the endings for Shadow just kills Eggman? Oh, sorry, that's like 2 of them. That game gets weird.
I know.
Like, we think this story's weird with a human kissing a hedgehog, and you'd be right. But then, like, the Shadow one is like, apparently he's a robot. Okay. Sure. Like, they just took that story places that no one expected back in the day. Because mind you, this was the third game with Shadow in it, like chronologically speaking. So it plays on the idea of this is Shadow after the events of SA2, where he dies, but then he comes back in Heroes, which was never explained, so they just play on that factor a little bit more. Basically, take his story from Team Dark and just make it its own game. Like, now we gotta figure out who he really is. That's literally the whole plot. You know there was a cut song that was literally just called Who I Am? But they just didn't put it in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was kind of like a weird thing to not put in it. It was very fitting. Listen to the song. It is a perfect description of Shadow the Hedgehog. And it was written for the game. But I guess like at the time, June Snow heard it and it's like, this is good. But I have an idea for this other tune. So why don't you just like make this song instead? And then the band made All Hail Shadow instead. And they got that song in the game from Magnified. That was the band in question. But Who I Am was written for the game, never actually got put in it. There was another one, which this is a funny story. I definitely would tell it again when I get to play Shadow. But there was another song from a different band. I think it was called Sins of a Divine Mother? I think that was the band name. There was a song called Broken that was going to be in Shadow the Hedgehog. And I kid you not, the reason why it's not in Shadow the Hedgehog, they couldn't get a hold of the band leader. So they had to just scrap it. They couldn't get permission for it. And then like the band like
Oh my god.
this like completely disbanded like a few years later. So it sounded like that band went nowhere. You gotta love when your song was gonna be in the game and it just didn't happen because I couldn't get you on the phone. Big oops. Honestly, if they were put in the game, maybe they would have survived a little bit longer, but they might have still died as a band.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like, at least when I see it on Spotify, they only have one album. And two of the songs were going to be in Shadow the Hedgehog. That and All of Me. There was another song, All of Me. Not I Am All of Me. All of Me. That was also going to be in the game. But that also got cut. Same reason. Dude didn't pick up his phone.
You know what's funny, though? Like, when Sonic Frontiers came out and Vandalize came out, which, you know, Vandalize I don't think is in Sonic Frontiers at all. I don't think
No,
it plays
I
at
don't.
all.
I think it might be in the game for like its sound test stuff, but it doesn't play anywhere that I remember. You just have to play it with the jukebox now. Like, it's weird. They made it just as a promotional thing.
It's funny because when fans found out, like, the actual song, it says the F word in it. Everybody was posting the angry video game nerd link. It says, it says F! It says F!
Yeah, I was gonna say, the word they used was a swear. You know what's the funny thing? That would have probably happened in Shadow if they actually got a hold of Sin Divine Mother. Because All of Me has the S word in it. They swear in that song too. So it would have happened like, what, 15 years earlier if the guy answered his phone?
Yeah.
Imagine people freaking out in 2005 about a swear. Minus the damn in hell swears. Like, that series has gone places.
It was so, man. I'll tell you what. It was weird hearing Sonic say "damn."
Yeah, I think he only says it like in one level, but it is still really weird.
Yeah.
That's the only time they have the character swear too. Like, you would think they might try that again because everything has to have swears nowadays, and they could make it work a little bit more. Like maybe Eggman saying it or something, but Sega hasn't tried it again because of the reputation of Shadow's story. It's just known as the edgy game, and they don't want to do that again.
That's all the jokes that went on for a long time. It's like, oh, Shadow's just the edgy guy.
Yeah, essentially.
I really didn't like that. I didn't really like that. If you want to talk about character assassination, that was kind of getting to the point where it was assassinating his character in a way a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the darker
like,
tone of Shadow really did not help his characterization.
That was one thing that was bothering me about like Boom's shadow. Even though the guy showed up at what, 2 episodes of Boom?
Yeah, for the cartoon.
He
Like,
just,
we think
you know,
he was
more or less
barely
just
used in the game. The dude barely existed in the show, too. I'm gonna homie attack this thing this time, because I just don't trust it. Okay, maybe not. I still have to hit this. I'm just doing it from way over here. Finally, new content. I still remember, like, the reason they put Shadow in the show. It was a thing they were gonna use to expand more else, but then the show got canceled to season 2. So, he just kind of showed up. He was a nuisance for a bit to Sonic. That's about it. Like, his character went nowhere in the show, just because I think they were gonna do more starting in season 3. The team just didn't have a chance, which is a shame. People like the show, but I think Sonic Boom's, like, reputation was already soiled at that point. And people just kind of wanted to get a move on from the franchise, so the show's ratings just tanked after a bit.
Yeah, it's sad because Sonic Boom's TV show was really good.
Yeah. It's
I like
probably
the
the best animated show we've gotten of Sonic, because it was probably the one that a lot of people said unanimously, like, it has some good writing to it.
Yeah.
Like, all the other shows are very hit or miss from fans' perspective, so I think that one is probably the
Why do you
best.
think most of the memes that are using Sonic in general come from Boom? Like,
Yeah.
first thing that comes to my mind is Knuckles approving memes.
Yeah, or
That
waifus,
was, like,
or
literally,
whatever
like-
you want to put in.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, you know, I haven't watched Sonic Prime. I want to at some point, but I don't have Netflix anymore because
Yeah.
I don't know, I just don't like Netflix that much. But
I mean, I don't blame you. They have a lot of questionable practices anymore. It's fine. I
Is
want to see
Prime-
season 3. I'm probably gonna end up getting Netflix for like a month when the final season of Cobra Kai comes out. I don't know when it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be soonish. So I'll probably just catch up on Prime when that happens. But it's like the show's
FYI, we
fine.
finally
I just
got to-
heard
There you
that
go.
the ending gets really weird. Like, I heard, like, the show was already kind of mixed to a lot of people, and then it ended. And it was like, oh, this got worse. How'd it get worse? So apparently,
wait.
from what people say, I think it
Speaking of
peaks
how
like
did it get
season
worse?
1.
Oh man. We're finally playing as Omega.
Yeah, we're gonna get most of our score here alone with Omega. Between this and the next section. There's so many enemies.
Yeah, I haven't watched Sonic Prime though. I kind of want to at some point because I heard it's pretty good. Do you like Sonic's new voice actor?
I mean, for the
And
Prime
that
show,
show.
he was fine, yeah. I didn't mind him. Dude, these spikes aren't even on the ground! Of course! That typical DLC
What
thing where they
the
just
heck,
can't get them on the
man?
ground. See, that's the problem when you put spikes in a very weird spot they're not designed for. You get whatever that was. I've heard, like, with Sonic Prime specifically, going back to that, like, story reasons, I've heard that, I mean, they had hired out Ian and Flynn to help with, like, the writing on it, but it sounds like for Season 3, because they just want to get it done, there were a lot of points that Ian Flynn, like, a writing team in general, were trying to get feedback on, but Sega just kind of ignored it just to get the show out. So there's a lot of inconsistencies to it, which it tries to apparently link into, like, the main games, so that's already a really risky thing to do, because the main game stories are a mess, and then the show makes it worse. That's saying a lot. The series already is a real big mess on story. How do we make it worse?
I saw that one clip going around whenever Sonic Prime Season 3 came out. It was that one where they used the Sonic Advance 3 like flashback thing, and then the animation looked horrible.
Yeah, I think that's like a side
I don't
effect
know
of them just trying to get the show out. Just to end it. It sounds like their budget was running out, if that's the case. Which, when Netflix was the one footing the bill for the show, that is saying a lot. But Netflix also usually gives up on shows after like one season, so that doesn't help. I got them over there. Okay, rings are bad. Just gotta be careful here. Mind you, there are rings in this section here. I just don't want to get hit. Alright, we're fine. These are the rings. Alright, don't go too fast. This camera's weird. Hit the one up! See what I mean? My camera weird. That perception really messes with me there. You can skip all of this, by the way. You can literally just fly to the goal ring in this section. There is an invisible wall, but guess what? Fly around it. Done. It's Omega we're talking about. He can just literally go where he wants. There's so many enemies that I don't want to skip. Like, this is a lot of points. You can really tell you're also not supposed to walk on the surface, because, yeah. Exhibit A. Okay, the thing over here is dead, so I'll just grab these rings and go. I love when I have to fall into an area that has quicksand, so I'll instantly die and the camera doesn't move down, so I don't know where I'm landing. That's very nerve-wracking. I almost died because of it.
Yeah.
That just happens.
Oh, we got past it.
Yeah, this is the last section here of Dust Together, so.
I need Vulcan cannons.
Yeah, I know, like, look at
Vulcan
all the
cannons.
ammo. Like, how do you dodge that? This is literally a bullet hell. Alright, final section, White Acropolis. Now this one, you can't fly around, because you need to hit a switch to open a door, and I don't think the switch spawns until you do like a lap around this beginning section of White Acropolis. Because the switch, I kid you not, is right next to where we spawn. It just doesn't exist yet. Yeah, it's on that ledge to my my left. But it doesn't spawn yet. I have to go around to get it spawn. And it just opens this cage.
You just move around in circles.
Yeah, if you want to keep your speed, that's what you gotta do. It looks dumb. Because it is.
Tell you what, it makes me dizzy a little bit looking at it.
It does. It really does. And I don't know if it's better or worse that you have a feed in 30 frames. Because it's a little more jittery, probably.
I know we were talking about SGDQ earlier in the stream, but I wish I could have gotten to watch more. The only runs I got to really watch was the Yoshi story run at the very first run of the thing, and really the ending. I didn't really get a chance to watch anything else. And I know they did like I know they did Mario Maker 2, and I wanted to watch that. Wanted to watch Ocarina of Time speedrun. I always want to watch Ocarina of Time speedruns because of
it was pretty good. The runner did have a little bit of an issue at the very end because they died to Ganon on like the second phase, so they had to kind of redo a little bit of it. But you know, it's just more Ocarina of Time you paid for it.
Yeah.
It was a good run though. Outside of that.
Yeah. I did get to watch the Elden Ring run at the very end, and the Super Mario RPG being the finale. Maybe really I really want to play Mario RPG now.
Yeah, I've been wanting to play it. I can't remember if I beat it or not. I played it on the VC when it came out years ago, so this was like probably 2010. But I can't remember if I beat it or I got like a good chunk of the way through because I played a lot of the game. I just don't remember any of it.
Honestly,
Because again, it was so long ago.
I'm just glad that Nintendo's embracing Mario RPGs again. You know, this,
Yeah.
that, Paper Mario,
because we got
Thousand
so
Year
many
Door come out,
this year.
and then Mario and Luigi coming out later this year, dude. I'm excited for that because I love Mario and Luigi. You know
Yeah.
that.
Apparently, that is the original dev team that is working on it from what we hear. It's just obviously
so
the
they must
studio
have
was
picked
shut down, but the people who worked on that said series, they got dissolved into Nintendo when they shut down.
And honestly, that's probably the best we could have gotten out of that whole
Yeah. Like, if the studio has to shut down for whatever reason, at least the people didn't really lose their jobs. Like, maybe some did, but a good chunk of, like, the main devs, they still can work on the things they want. If that's, like, you know, the next game they work on is a Mario Luigi RPG, which is what they were known for working on anyways.
Dude, I'm so excited for that. That's like one of my favorite games I'm looking forward to. That and Dragon Quest III HD, obviously, but you know, I'm really excited for Mario and Luigi because I love that series so much. I think I might go back and replay Superstar Saga remake eventually and try to get a different opinion about it. The bad thing about it that bothered me about it was, I don't know, I just didn't vibe with the music changes, and I didn't really, I don't know, I'm very torn about sprite work.
Yeah, I do think graphically
Honestly,
speaking, the original is probably better, especially if you can upscale it. So, like, when you're playing, say, like, Superstar Saga on the Switch, that's being upscaled to 720,
Yeah.
it looks really clean. But when you're playing the 3DS one, you can see, yeah, like, the 3D models, they do kind of stand out a little bit in some areas that they shouldn't.
It's just me being nostalgia-based kind of thing. 'Cause that game literally means a lot to me. I grew up with Superstar Saga so much. So.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I feel the same in some ways when it comes to, like, the Ocarina of Majora remakes. I mean, mind you, there's arguments to be made about the Majora one for 3DS, because they actively change stuff. But Ocarina is mainly just a facelift. Also, nice enemies coming out of the wall here, by the way. They didn't even try. They are literally coming out of the wall. Yep, sorry, missed one. Sorry, I couldn't see through the wall, my bad. Should have equipped Omega with the X-ray vision. But, I was like, the things that I don't care for, like, the 3DS remake of, like, the Ocarina port on 3DS is a lot of it just being because I'm just so used to the original game. So I understand where you're coming from, like, the Superstar Saga.
Yeah, that's kind of like how I'm feeling it. Like, that's why I had a hard time picking it up. It's not that I hated it. It's just different to me, and it's not like I'm not giving it a fair shot. It's just it takes me time to get used to.
It's all personal preference stuff, and everyone's different
Yeah.
with it, so that's understandable.
Yeah, it's not like I say it's a bad game because I know
cool.
it's not. Because it's literally the same game except added more content.
Yep.
That's all it is. We gotta fight the Egg Genesis, huh?
Yeah, you ready for a victory lap? Because this thing's a joke with Omega. Because with Silver, all you gotta do is grab a bunch of missiles and chuck them at the guy's base. He dies instantly. But the problem is, you gotta wait for ammo. Omega is just a walking gun. So needless to say, this guy is gonna get killed real fast. Like, I'm just gonna walk up to him and shoot. Welcome back, Ethan. Right for the perfect moment of finishing the DLC. We're at the home stretch here. I hopefully should have enough points by the end here. Based on my math, I think I should
Let's
be
hope,
okay.
anyways. Let's
I already
hope
have like
anyways.
124k. That's a lot on just base score. It's because of the Omega sections alone. Like, we've seen how many points the Omega sections were filled with.
He had to start over a couple times, but that was just because.
Yeah,
eating
06
input
jank as
from-
always.
Yeah.
Alright, let's wait for one more shot. And GG's. Okay, never mind. I missed a shot before. Post game. Alright, that's GG's. Yeah, seriously, this thing is a joke with Omega because it's just the Silver fight with an actual gun. So no need to worry about getting ammo. You're a walking ammo supply. And just some extra rings for the heck of it. And Omega, I don't know where you're looking. We're over here. Showing over here.
Okay, let's see. Are we done?
And you guys with the suspense here. Need 160k, I believe, roughly. And this should be like 141, so I don't know.
Good performance.
That's not a good
we gotta
performance,
play it
Omega. It's really not a good performance when you have to do
it
it again. So I do think I did skip certain enemies in the Omega section because I took a lower route. So that was probably the problem. So, Victory Lap Part 2,
Okay.
aka Do It Again. I wasn't looking.
That's okay. We
This
don't
one at
want
least
to end
isn't
the stream
terrible, so.
an hour early.
I do have treats that I can show for the actual post thing, but I kind of wanted to do it before, too long. This is why I started early, for people who wanted to really know. Like, why is that 6 instead of 7? We should do 7. This is why. You're seeing how long this stuff takes. It is more because it's funny, if this was not on the 360 loading, I probably could have been okay at the 7 o'clock time. But the loading alone is wasting a lot of my time. That alone is probably taken away. Just tonight alone, I would have to say like 40 minutes. That's a lot of loading when you break it down. I hope I still have enough
is there
flight
any
meter
game-
here.
Have you been playing? I know you don't play many games anymore because you
Yeah,
don't have time.
more because of
But,
time or interest.
Yeah. Have you been playing anything lately?
I woke up at 6 a.m. to play Splatoon today, so you tell me. You know that thing I talked about on one of the previous streams? Yeah, we're committing to the video bit, so for content. Worst part is I have another one next Saturday, which is going to be a pain, so you kind of bring me to a good segue. We got 2 bonuses. Not 1, but 2 weeks in a row events, so 2 bonuses. 2 Saturdays in a row, we get to play some Splatoon stuff. Although the one next week is just going to be the extra work thing, and I don't know how long I'm going to do that because I'm going to be exhausted that day. Because I also have work that day, too. So getting up at 6 in the morning for content, then working, then streaming. Needless to say, I'm going to be a corpse by the end of the day. Not even before the sun goes down. I'll just turn into bone.
I know, Ethan. I expect him to play anything else other than Splatoon when he's not recording the stream. Yeah, I know.
I've mainly
I
just been doing that because it's so easy to pick up and play, but I've been wanting to get back to playing stuff. I have so much on the
That's okay.
backlog.
I was just curious if you've been doing anything.
Like, one of the games I was actually kind of curious about, I picked up during the Steam sales, that Penny game that just came out, like, what, 2-3 months ago?
Oh,
like
Penny's
that?
Big Breakout?
Yeah.
Penny's
You know what's the
Big
funny
Breakout.
thing? That game was like $20 on the Steam sale, but because of GDQ, it was in a Humble Bundle for $20. So, think of which one I picked up. Wild guess. Maybe the one that has basically more games at the same price. And I had, like, all the games in that I did not own except for, like, one, and it was, like, an Elder Scrolls game. I guess I must have got, like, Morrowind as, like, a giveaway or something at one point. It's, like, the only one I got from that bundle, apparently. Everything else I did not. Neat. So that's worth it. I'm gonna go over here instead because I need the rings. I think I killed it. Sound like I did. Dude, why? Die! Look at all the rings. all of the rings surrounding him, and not a single one hit the body?
Oh my god.
How does that make sense?
What were they thinking? They weren't.
Dude,
thinking.
seriously, the flying ones have like the weirdest hitbox. Like they're like the grain of rice size or something. Like it doesn't have a hitbox. Maybe the more enemies I'm missing in Kingdom Valley section I should probably go for. Like, I don't want to go too far down, because I get a lot of rings on that one path we keep on taking. And if it's 100 points per ring, I'm getting over 100 rings. That's a lot of points. I kind of want to stick to the upper path if possible. I don't know what's on, like, these side paths, that's the thing. I don't know if it's worth it. I can try this one on my right, and that's about it. There's a whole lot of nothing over here, it's just a single dude. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like that was really much extra. This will still take me, I think, on the upper path. Okay, maybe it wants to go down. I disagree. Okay. Guess we're taking the bottom path.
Had other plans.
I think I could probably still get up there, though. Like, I could just fly, so there's not much... That's a weird one. There's not much that stops me from going up. It's just a height thing. I knew it. I knew that would work. I'm like, what if I can just get a weird jump off? Yeah, sure enough. I don't think that was any more points than we got before. I think that's about even.
I do think it's kind of cool if they have the lasers. Oh, I say that and you just took.
I know. It's
I'm
like, and then
sorry.
you ate it. To be fair, the timing of the lasers are kind of weird. Like, it's an interesting concept. It's kind of weird they didn't do that in the main game when you think about it. That could have made the hard or even very hard stuff a little more difficult for Tails, but they just don't bother. Like, again, that's why I think this DLC of all the ones for 06 had, like, the most thought put behind it. Because there's a lot of nuances here you don't see in, like, the main game or other things with DLC. Which makes you think, why? Why was this one the one they actually had treatment on?
I just gotta. I'm looking at my comments of my YouTube video. I just got a comment that just like I don't know how to respond to. It's on my first episode of Record of Agris 4 Let's Play. The comment just says this game needs an HD remake.
I mean, it probably didn't help that you're playing, like, at that time. That was when you're recording, like, the composite quality. That's all it looks like an SD game. But it's like, yeah, buddy, I don't know if you've been under this rock for a while, but it did get one. Like, how do we tell?
It was released on Steam, like, several years ago. And it just got released on Switch, like, what, last year?
Something like that, yeah. It's got an HD port.
I know that's just port.
Which is ironic.
I know it's a port, but it's an HD game already. Why does it need an HD remaster when it's already HD? I don't know. I hate when people say that HD remaster. Like, just say remaster. Don't say HD.
Why?
Especially when.
Why put random logs in the middle of my stage? All right.
I own
That's
the
a new
Switch version. Yeah, it's like, it's on the Switch. It's on the Switch, so technically it's on current gen consoles. At least that one. I really don't know why, I cannot say that company's name. Angst. It's hard to say. Oh god.
I want to see where that spring takes me. So I'm gonna try this again really quick. Now, cause here's the weird part about that. Did you see how I got the? Oh my god. You're telling me I did all that to take a backwards trip? Because the swing I was going for was this one. Which was the one we hit coming in. Okay, so I'm just stupid. Carry on. Nothing new here.
Maybe I just don't understand I mean, like, I get it. The Switch is a popular console. But, and lots of games sell well on the console. And I'm surprised that they didn't put it on, like, PS4 and Xbox Series, especially since that game in particular, the only physical copy that it made before then was on the 360.
Yeah, which is normally not what you see a lot of JRPGs get. A 360 version.
PS4, PS5, same thing. Honestly. I think it's funny that the Marvel vs. Capcom collection isn't coming to PS5, it's just coming to PS4.
That's how much they're the same at this point. It's like, look, man, PS5 still has no games, put it on PS4.
Man, they're not being, I love the meme going around, like, I'm saying this as someone who owns a PS5 and actually likes the console. I think the memes of like, saying, whenever somebody tries to defend the fact that PS has no games, meme, and then people will be like, see how he's talking about such and such instead of the games on the PS5. That's because the PS5 has no games.
Yeah, it's like, really, it doesn't when you think about it for exclusives. I think you can still count how many exclusives that console has, unlike a screenshot you can take on, like, a single phone screen or something. Like, it's super small. It's probably, like less than
14 exclusives? Yeah.
You know what? We got so many loading screens,
things.
I'm looking it up in between. We're almost at the end of the crisis section again.
And it's funny, because everybody's like, oh, you can't say that about the Switch, because the Switch literally had a commercial that said, Nintendo Switch has games.
Yeah, it's like, it's funny how that was a meme, but then it became more and more real as the new systems came out. Because it literally has more games than the new systems for exclusives. In, like, a month.
Like, that meme right there, the Nintendo Switch has games, would have been one of my favorite things, because it's just like, and I'm not a bit, I don't give a crap about console war crap anyways, because I own all three consoles, and I like each one in particular, but it's just like, I think it's so funny, like, people were running with that, saying, well, Nintendo wasn't wrong, they have games.
Yep, exactly. Okay, PS5 only games. There are 15. Astrobot, Astro's Playroom,
games.
The Dark Picture Switchback VR, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach. Okay, I haven't heard of that one. That's
a game. No, Death Stranding 2. That's the sequel.
Yeah, but on the beach is like the one. I'm like, well, okay. I guess that's a subtext
on the
version.
beach is the subtitle. Yeah, no, on the beach is the subtitle to Death Stranding 2.
Ow. Thank you. Demon Souls, the remake. Destruction All-Stars. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Horizon Call the Mountain. Marvel's Wolverines. Quantum Error. I should probably not be reading these. I was trying to do a platforming section. This is fine. Rise of the Rodin. Silent Hill. The Short Message. Spider-Man 2. Stellar Blade, and Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. That is literally it. Which I thought. Wait,
Most and you know
are we missing Last of Us Part 1 remaster? Because that was PS5 exclusive.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's on PC.
PC technically, but like it's not on the PS4 is what I mean on that argument. That might be how they're trying to count this list, and if that's the case, Spider-Man 2 is coming off here, and same for Final Fantasy at some point.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
In this case, quite literally.
It's so funny when you. It's so funny that like most of those games you listed off are games that aren't even out yet.
Some of those were like year 1. And then some of them were year 4, or like close to year 4. It's like, my god. That's
like
a big gap.
It's not out yet. Marvel's Wolverine isn't out yet.
Yeah, like when I was reading those, I had to double take. Like, wait a minute, those aren't even out. So, like, these are games coming, but they're not out yet.
Death Stranding on the beach sounds like it's starting. Yeah.
See, this is why I was like, wait, is that like a spin-off
Yeah,
or something? Because that
that's
sounds more like that
No,
than
it's-
anything else. I can agree.
No, it's not the spin-off. That's the subtitle of the second.
You can't wait to see Norman Reedus in like the, you know, the bathing suits so we can sell millions of copies to make a volleyball game out of him. Can't wait.
Oh gosh, don't give Kojima ideas, man.
I know, he would probably run with it. I mean, they did make that Tony Hawk Easter egg mode in Metal Gear Solid 3 back in the day, so, you know. They are known to do unorthodox things. I love how that still hit me. Come on.
Oh god. Hey, at least you saved yourself.
Yeah, thankfully if I get hit, my flight meter like refills immediately. Alright, I gotta see what's over here. Hey, big dude. That might be worth it. That depends if he nukes the bridge, though. That can happen. And there it goes. Alright, at least it's not like a full fall bridge.
History begins that are live vacation vacation coming soon. Oh god.
Unironically, you need to use the first person mode.
Well, Lester, don't you know? Nintendo Switch has games.
I could probably just do this, right? And then this. Yeah, there you go. That's what I tried to do last time, but I just missed.
Over the weekend, me and Amber cleaned up our house pretty good, but we finally got rid of that stuff that was sitting behind our desk for like a couple months. We finally got it out of the living room, so we got our spacious living room again. And I'll tell you what, I was trying to reorganize the shelving on our game collection. I got too many Switch games, man.
Yeah, that's fair because of how many they released. Like, I almost have a full shelf area full, and I know you probably have like a full bookshelf.
Yeah.
Like, full-on bookshelf.
I gotta take a picture and post it on the server later, but yeah, it's like, I just realized it's like, dude,
Nice save.
I'm not trying to like brag or anything, but it's just like, oh, man, I got too many.
Matt has Switch games.
I have.
Yeah, there's a new subtext.
I have half shelf full of Switch games. Yeah, it's just like, dude, like, when people say it's like, what's your favorite console? I'm like, you know, I always would tell people, like, yo, GameCube was always my favorite console. It's hard for me to say that without, you know, the Switch being a contender now, because I'm just like, all my favorite games are kind of on this console now, so it's like, it's hard for me to like say, it's my favorite console.
I just wish some of the third-party games ran better, because I might say the same for that. I think it has some of the best like first-party lineup. Like, I love the first parties on the system.
Yeah.
It's just third parties have had so much mixed history with, because they're either pretty good ports or my eyes hurt because the graphics are too bad or frame rate's too bad, which it kind of sucks. That's why we've been asking for an upgrade for years. I heard apparently someone actually did it themselves. Like, added like 8 gigs of RAM to the Switch and overclocked it and such. They made their own Switch Pro. Surprisingly, it works pretty well.
Well, I don't think we'll be waiting for very much longer.
No. We're gonna hear news about the new successor system by the end of this year, and it's probably gonna come out, if I had to guess, because Switch itself was an early release. They don't normally release systems in like the beginning of a year, but they did in March. So that's pretty early. I would think they probably won't do that this time. Something tells me they need more time in the oven. I would not be surprised if it's like a summer to fall release for next year. Something tells me that would make sense with the lineup they showed. They're gonna go into 2025 still with Switch. Like,
yeah.
Full hardcore releasing stuff, not just like releasing 1 or 2 titles and then here's Switch 2. Kind of like how the GameCube go, like went into like the Wii, for example.
Yeah, because Metroid Prime 4 comes out next year, and I still can't believe I'm saying that sentence.
Yeah, because of how that game basically didn't exist for basically 7 years.
I don't think I had a chance to talk about this, but I'm so excited. That Direct made me so excited. Just in general. That was like probably one of the, in my opinion, one of the better Switch Directs we've had in a long time. I was so excited when I saw the text and it said Galactic Federation. I was like, oh my god.
It's like they actually remembered it existed.
I said, am I witnessing Metroid Prime 4 for the first time? And then it went into Samus's head. I was like, oh my god, it's real. God, it's real. It's real. It's not a myth anymore. Now we can finally say all the like, what, the 3 horsemen of the Switch, like, no, actually the 4 horsemen.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Switch myths are finally coming to fruition. We got Bayonetta 3, we got Shin Megami Tensei 5, and we got Tears of the Kingdom. Now we're getting Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, all the big games are announced. Mind you, the Trinity you're thinking of, it's just the games are announced at like year 1.
Yeah.
So I can see where you're going with that comment.
Yeah. Pokemon Legends also comes out next year. Yeah, that's another thing I'm kind of excited for.
Yeah.
Because Legends Arceus was so fun. That's
Dude, I'm
like
so glad that's
probably
next year and not this year, though. Because I'm so glad. I mean, I hope it's a continuing trend, but I'm glad to see they're taking a year off from making the games because they don't need to do that every year, and it's been causing too many problems. So I really hope this is Game Freak finally saying, look, man, we actually got the green light to take a slowdown here, so let's take this time and put it all into Legends 2.
Like, it doesn't feel like Scarlet and Violet. Like, it still feels like Scarlet and Violet is new, and I know it's 2 years old. Don't remind me, please. Don't remind
please.
me.
Gray hair coming out.
But, like, honestly, like, Scarlet and Violet still feel new to me. I just wish that they, like you said, I wish they would just take time.
Yeah, this is like the Pokemon Company just rushing out their products just to have everything come out at once, so Game Freak is just like forced to release things like immediately. They just don't have the time to work on games.
You think that Legends might be a cross-gen game, or would be a huge release for Switch 2 if that was the case?
It would depend on how close it would be, because I could see them doing that. Like, they did that with Zelda twice. So Nintendo is known for doing that with their high-profile games to sell the new system, but if it fails, then they still have the old system sales to bank off of. It's a strategy they've used a lot in the past. I can see it even happening for Pokemon. It just depends on, it's like, when does the new system come out? And when does this game come out? They could make it a simultaneous release if it's close.
Honestly, like, I'm glad they're doing another Legends game and too, because Legends Arceus was so much fun. I love that game so much. It's a really good. You want to talk about a replayable game that I would replay over and over again? That would be a game that I would do that to. That's how good Legends Arceus was.
This close to the enemy, homing attack just gives up. I'm like way over here normally, which is a good 50 feet away. Homing attack works just fine. Why? I swear the homing attack is so inconsistent.
Sonic 06, doing what Sonic 06 does best. Eating inputs.
Yep. And that's the weirdest thing. It's like you don't even know that's going to be an eaten input or not just because it happens at random. Like, great. Can't even anticipate my death.
needless to say, I think we're gonna be ending the stream on time tonight.
Oh my god, please go back. You know what's the funny thing? I was literally gonna like, here, let's look at some cool stuff about those games, some like beta content, because I have some to show. And then you guys want to play that full Steam Ahead challenge? We did that like once before on stream. Want to do it again? It's coming back. I don't think we're playing that one tonight. I don't really care. Play it on my own time.
Wants to be this stream forever. And it's like he already finished it once. All he has to do is just get S rank. That's all
Yeah,
he's
because
gotta
it's like,
do.
unfortunately, we would be done by now if I don't care about the 100% thing. And this is literally just because we committed to the bit this long. Why literally quit at the finish line? So it just doesn't make any sense. And it's not like it's going to be hard for us to get the rank here. We know what we need to do. It's just a matter of actually doing it now. What are with these bats? They are so fast.
I'm having fun. I know you're not.
That makes one of us.
Sorry. I know you're not. No, I don't get the chance to hang out with you guys very much anymore.
Like you said that, you did just stream like, what, 3 days ago on your side?
Yeah, I know.
I know, it's at least different communities, but also same community.
I know.
It's weird when we all kind of have a lot of the same people.
Yeah.
How'd the Wind Waker thing go, by the way? 'Cause I didn't get a chance to check that out.
I'm actually kind of a little bit irritated with that stream because, it went well for the most part. We finished Forbidden Woods. Did all that. I got the Tingle statue there too. By the way, I did.
Okay,
did what
that's
you
good.
did. And I got started on Jaboon quest. I got to Greatfish, and that's how I ended it. But
Oh, you mean the Jobber thing? I had to think for a minute. It's like, what? But I never called him that in that game.
what, Jaboon?
Yeah, I just called him Jabu. Because it's just basically Jabu from Ocarina. I know it's not what he's called, but I'm just so used to it.
Yeah. Hey, Kira. But
Hey, Kira, how you doing?
got as far as that. The thing that irritated me was everything was going well with my audio, and then OBS like frizzed like for like a second, and while it was still going, and it ended up muting me the last 10 minutes or last 20 minutes of the stream.
Oh, that's weird.
And I didn't notice it until after when I switched it over. Noticed my mic said it was mute, and I was like, what? And I unmuted myself. I said, I hope it wasn't like that for the whole time I came back from break. And luckily it wasn't. It was just like the last 20 minutes, but I really feel bad because just like that's 20 minutes of me not talking. Like talking.
Yeah, it does get kind of weird. I get that.
So I gotta put a note whenever I get to that stream on VOD. God. Like,
I mean, I
just
it's funny how like I don't edit my VODs really like for any extra effect besides cutting things out. But the multiplayer thing you and I did for this game like a couple weeks back, when I forgot to unmute for like a minute or so after getting a drink, I literally commentated over that, which was weird to do because I don't do that for streams. There's no point. Why commentate like or edit in general of a live stream? It just doesn't make sense. I don't know how that didn't get hit. So like, I know how you feel on that. You might. I'd laugh if you do the same thing for that reason, and it's gonna feel weird if you do. Like, trust me on that, because like editing a live stream, like actually putting effort into it, making it an actual video production thing. What is this? I just cut out
I might
the
just
fluff.
do that because like it bothered me really bad. I was like, how did this happen? And I
Yeah,
don't
that is
understand it because like it was just it's something I realized. It's like OBS like fritzed just a minute and then it looked like it was fine, so I just thought it was fine. It's still recording, still streaming, everything. But I guess they just muted me for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's like the audio device got a little screwed up or something. That's how you got muted or whatever. Like, yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like, the only problems I've had with the audio stuff like that as of late is because I'm on beta builds, but a lot of that stuff's been ironed out. Like, I'm doing another, like, the enhanced broadcast thing tonight, but I'm still using the one from my beta channel instead of the other beta channel, even though it's almost ready to come out to the public. It's weird. I just want to use the one I know is already verified to work. So it's like last time I tried this and I was mute. I'm like, oh, that's weird. But it wasn't because I was mute. It's because the software wasn't sending out audio. So I can understand weird glitches you literally cannot see happen. Been there.
I didn't die on that stream, but I did have to use 2 fairies. So I don't know if you count those as deaths.
I mean, it depends. Some people would, some people wouldn't. It's like, it depends. Do you count, like, getting to the game over screen of death, or just losing all your health as a death? I would think going to game over would count as death. So, again, it's like each their own what they're categorized.
What happened was, is I you know, I'm sailing around in the ocean. I get to the platform, and I'm like, okay, so I started climbing it. And there was just bokoblins there. And I beat them up, and then I heard the wizrobe noise. I was like, oh, I don't have a way to fight these guys. So I started running away, and their fireballs, I didn't realize how much damage they did. They take a full heart off.
Oh yeah, in hero mode, they're really aggressive.
Yeah, I was like, holy crap! And just killed me and used my fairy. It's like, oh my god, but that was during the time I was mute, so you didn't really get my reaction on that. So.
I mean, kind of, because you'll at least see in the face.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the jank bridge jump again. This time it didn't work because the bridge didn't get destroyed immediately. Is it even possible? Like, wait a minute, hang on. I'm about to... Of course! Yeah, you know, why not just have Tails bounce on the rope? Yeah, you know what? That's easier. Again, the thing in general, the action, is not character dependent. It's dependent on the object. The rope is coded for you to bounce, so Tails can bounce. Even though he never can do that normally. So what makes you think you can? This game is very weird. On coding.
Yeah.
Like, there are times I wish I understood how to, like, code stuff, because I would love to actually look into this and see, like, how did they code this? Like, what does this line of code mean? Oh, that's why it's jank, because they use, like, this value or something. I don't know code, even though I've learned, like, 3 different languages. But I've only done that for, like, a couple months, and then moved on to a different language. And I'll do that, but, like, 2 more times. You don't retain it. You just know enough to get through that course, and then just kind of put it away.
Well,
like, I know how to do, like, like, very bare minimum stuff. Like, I can write a batch script for, like, launching a software on Windows. That's, like, about it. And that's basically a command line. That's it.
When you don't do it as, you know, as an everyday occurrence, you don't retain and remember the thing. Question.
Yeah. And it's also very complicated, so you gotta really commit. Like, the only language I remember learning I didn't have much of a problem with was Visual Studio, because it was half coding language, so text, and then half of it, as the name implies, it was visual. Like, you can just build it out in a visual program. So that's why that was the easiest one to grasp, because it was more beginner-friendly. Then you get the C++, and it's like, yeah, I don't understand this. This is like reading German to me. I don't know why specifically German, but it's German.
Well, German words are pretty long, so...
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes a code language can feel long, so yeah, you know what? German actually makes sense if I pick a random language. Yeah, I was just thinking in my head, it's like, you know, German's a long language, that's why they never use it for speedrunning, but don't they use German or some European language for, like, the Twilight Princess runs?
I think they might have, but I think
at least at one point I think they might have.
There's probably a glitch in there that saves a bunch more time where they ran it at that one.
Yeah, like sometimes that's
just spamming through the text.
I can't remember, because I remember at least at one point seeing some people run, like, German language TP. And that was like 10 years ago, so I don't know if that's still the thing or not. Mind you, some of those people I'm talking about were actual Germans, so there could also be that too. Run the version you have. Okay, so I know there's only 2 enemies at the end of this rail section, and it's very easy to miss them. Homing attack, so I'll just grab this life as usual, and then just skip the rest, because I come here anyways. It's nice that Blaze does not have to deal with any of the swinging parts here. You just beeline it out, because it makes the stage a lot better. Breath of the Wild, any percent? French with shorter voice lines. Maybe it's also that, because I think I've seen some Breath of the Wild random other languages, because normally Japanese is pick shorter characters, but French shorter lines I think maybe was a thing at one point. I don't know, it still is. Mind you now, that game's any percent is just such a short thing in general. I don't think it matters on language now. There's barely any talking. You just get the opening stuff and that's it.
You just teleport yourself to the game and cancel. Or not cancel, the Hyrule Castle.
I mean, Tears is kind of a similar boat. You mainly just get through that beginning section and then just go straight to the final fight anyway, so same energy there. Someone who still hasn't really played much of Tears, like, it doesn't have like the same setup as Breath of the Wild. You can just go right to the final fight without too much of a problem, minus difficulty. Or is there a little more prerequisites this time?
You can. You can go straight to the final boss if you can manage to get through there. But I'm warning you, it's worse than Breath of the Wild trying to get to the final boss.
Yeah, I've heard it's a lot harder.
Like,
Mind you, you'd probably want to do a similar thing there, like you do in Breath of the Wild. Go out of your way first to get a bunch of food that you can get more health with. And then go to the final area if you want to just kind of get that 100% tracker. Because honestly, that's what I always would do in those games if I want to 100% it. Beat the final boss as fast as possible, so you know how much you actually got to play the game.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, the final boss is a lot worse than Calamity Ganon. I'll tell you.
I've heard he does a lot of damage.
Well,
I've even seen like any
phases.
percent run and like he does a lot.
There's 3 phases rather than 2, so that gives you an idea already.
Yeah,
so.
that right there tells you a lot more too. Again, I've seen an any percent run, so I do know like the final fight's a lot more complicated compared to Breath of the Wild's. It's a similar idea, just a little more to it.
But also, just like in Breath of the Wild, you still have to fight all the bosses before you get a chance to fight the final boss. So
yeah, that's true. Like again, you really just do that if you just want to get that percentage counter on the screen faster. That's it. That and also the extra difficulty. If you just want to play the game a little bit different.
Yeah. It's like, it's so weird because I've seen people play Tears of the Kingdom out of order, and it just, I don't know, it's different than, like, you know, Breath of the Wild is fine, and like, you barely get any context of everything going into it, but there's so much more context in Tears of the Kingdom that leads up to said parts. It's just like, man, I kind of feel bad skipping this. You know, this is just a me thing. I know.
I mean, that's fair.
They can get 2 cares about that, but you know, it's like.
Well, that's also why you have different categories. Like, if you want to see more of that, you just like go through like all dungeons or something.
Yeah.
You want to talk about confusing story? Don't try to follow Ocarina of Time's plot if you do reverse bosses, because you only go to the final guy first and end on the tree. So needless to say, you kill the guy that you're told in the very beginning that you're supposed to go kill. So it's really confusing when the tree tells you the thing you already did. It's funny though.
It is funny though.
That reminds me, I gotta like probably a thing I'll watch like before going to bed one of these nights. I usually do this with like long form videos on YouTube, but I heard that there was a think it was a 3DS Ocarina Task that just was shown recently, like a LOTAD, so I kind of want to check that out. That was always fun to watch.
Oh yeah, Kira brings up a good point. You might want to get the paraglider before you do anything, because
Oh yeah, I mean paraglider is super crucial for that game's movement. So yeah, immediately when you leave the beginning area, just go right to Kakariko and do the stuff you need to get a paraglider. Like, you do not want to skip that.
You don't get the paraglider for a good while too. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's why in a speedrun they just don't get it, because it just takes too much time for any percent's sake. But it's like on a casual playthrough, never skip that thing.
But I don't understand, like, okay, this is the thing that I'd had to watch a speedrun, because I haven't really watched speedruns of Tears of the Kingdom. But I wonder, it's like, the final boss is all the way down the chasm. How do they get through there without dying?
It's a speedrun, that's how. It's a lot of practice.
You don't think you got it in Tears of the Kingdom? I was like 5 hours in.
Dang, that's a long time.
Wait,
you can skip it, but it's like if you don't do the quests, again, you can just bypass the thing without even knowing it.
Yeah. You didn't get the paraglider for 45 hours? Holy crap. Jeez, I would get
Yeah, that makes your time a lot harder.
Oh my god. I would have just...
Like, it actually isn't that bad to get the paraglider, really. Like, it just, again, takes some time because of the quests you gotta do to get to it. That's a very weird spring. I hope that's not that many points to skip. Like, I remember, oh my god, dude, the momentum. I remember it took me, like, once you get to that part, that you can, start the quest for paraglider. It's not that long. It's like, what, maybe 30, 40 minutes tops if you, get the ordering of the quest.
Yeah. I was playing it blind. Okay, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair,
sorry.
you don't know.
I was like, I'm just surprised.
I just like stumbled across it. That's how it didn't take me that long. So I was doing everything correct anyways for the quest. Mine just when it came out in May, so it's like there weren't many guides at that time anyways.
You don't think you've ever been to Kakariko?
Yeah, honestly, that's probably one of the center points, so it is worth going there in that game. Like, at any point in your adventure.
We just got this in White Acropolis, right?
Yeah, for the next 2 sections, it's just these.
Okay. And the
Thankfully, Omega does not have many sections. Can't see too many explosions. That's also nerve-wracking, too, to fall down and hit a spring. Because you just can't see it.
I was doing
that perception.
Went southwest instead.
Okay, that's fair. I remember when I was like first starting, like the moment I was able to leave the starting area, I just immediately like, you know what? Kakariko was like a big point for Breath of the Wild. I'm just gonna go right there right away. And then it's like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Because that's where everything is. But to be fair, this was like what? Maybe a few months after... No, it was like over a year. Because I'm like really blending together years now. But this was like a little over a year after I did the Breath of the Wild Hundo stuff, and it's still stuck in my head. Maybe also why I didn't stick to Tears for as long as I was wanting to, because I guess I still kind of felt the burnout from just doing Breath of the Wild for a whole year.
I get that, man.
That's a lot of game. Like, I want to get back to it for that reason. I might just end up biting the bullet on that one and just doing that as the stream thing, just the 2 birds, 1 stone. But that's gonna be another year. So be prepared if that actually happens. No ETA, like no plans currently. But maybe sooner rather than later so I can play the game. Like, look, I'm so excited to finish this because then that means I can play new things. And things that actually don't give me headaches. Yeah, and Hyrule Warriors, dear God, imagine if I did the 2 Zeldas back to back again. Never again. Like, I did not realize I was going to be on ALC for as long as I was, but I did commit the idea of just get everything in that. It's not that bad. And then it turned out to be a really long adventure there, too. It was worth it. But it definitely extended that kind of series by like 2.5 months. Because when I played original Hyrule Warriors, just as like a blind thing, I don't even say that anymore for obvious reasons, but I just played that for just story. That was only, it was like 8 streams, like 2 weeks worth, no, 2 months, and that was it.
Did you play the original Wii U version, or did we play Definitive?
I played the Definitive.
Oh, you played Definitive.
I played the original, but I never beat it. But when we did that stream thing years ago, it was when the HD version, like the Switch version came out.
Man,
So.
Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition is such a great game. I love that game. It's so fun. I know it's Amber's favorite Wii U game. She told me that before.
It is a solid game, and it has a lot of content. Like, even for the Wii U version, which has the least amount of content, it still has a lot of content. So it's saying a lot.
Yeah.
I gotta get caught, I think, by all these searchlights. I need to maximize my score. Now, here's the thing. Searchlight. Stop moving. Like, I need to get caught. It just doesn't stay still. There we go.
I need to get back. I mean, I finished Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition with story mode, but I didn't go play adventure mode.
Yeah, I've never done that either. I only really did the main story. I've never... I think I played a little bit of one of the maps on my own, but not much. Like, I don't think I've ever
need to play that
any of the maps. I got just so much content.
I don't know what I'm gonna play after I beat Dragon Quest Builders. I was kind of leaning towards going back to Bloodborne and giving that a try again.
There you go. I was like, where's the thing? There's the thing. How much is this? 300 points? Kind of worth it.
I need to finish Great Woody's thing. I know I say that all the time, but
yeah,
maybe on my vacation.
It's on my backlog. I never want to finish my backlog. Kind of backlogs.
Yeah, I think I might take it with me on vacation when I go on vacation next month. By the way, I'm going on vacation next month.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute. Context? It's like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'm going to visit my in-laws again, like I do every year.
Yeah, I wasn't sure like when you would want to do that, 'cause you do that every year, but it's always like a different time. It just depends on schedules. No, you're still alive.
Or people will 100% AOC than Hyrule Warriors want. Yeah, that's
yeah, because
sure.
AOC actually is
Good
possible to
God.
100% without even trying. Like, you're just playing it normally, and you'll probably 100% it. It
Age of
takes a lot of
Calamity
grinding
is-
still, but it's more set up to actually 100%.
Age of Calamity is like nice
Oh my
with
God,
its
jump.
100%. That's one thing I like about it. It's nice with its 100%.
Yeah, it's not punishing, nor is it too time consuming. Like, you still have to sink a lot of hours into it because there's a lot of grinding, but it's not any more than what you expect from like a typical RPG. Really, it's not excessive. Don't you just love seeing a bajillion bullets from downtown? Oh no. Okay, we can save this? It's just gonna be a little more awkward now. Also, nice lighting on Omega here. Alright, I have to jump from this box, then jump from here. Yeah, we're fine.
I say this every time I'm already go on vacation. I'm bringing people.
He just doesn't.
I know.
Well, mention it in this game instead.
I did say that one of my goals this year is to finish a lot of games that I started, and I've done a good job about that so far. Like I finished beginning of the year, I finished Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. I did finally beat Dragon Quest 3 this year for the first time in my life.
Guess I wait.
Did finish that. I'm trying to think of other games I beat this year.
Yeah, because I'm like, I know you've played a lot of like newer ones here and there in between things you just wanted to finish, so it's hard to really think of what else you played. I remember talking about.
I'm going to force you to stream it one day if you don't. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That's a compromise there. If you don't like be on your own time, I guess pop into the capture system.
Yep.
I guess, you know, at least for your sake, you have that ability to just do that if you wanted.
Yeah.
Not many people can really do that, technically. How'd that work?
Dang it, Loopy. Dang it, Loopy. Don't make any capture cards.
Yeah, well, to be fair, like, no one does anymore. I know, like, the other company was doing it went out of business. To be fair, the other one I heard of, like, it was, I think it was Katsukitty was their name. Their boards, I heard, were really shocking. Like, after a while, the USB ports just pulled out. Which, at that point, you would have to replace the whole unit, which is a really bad thing. And it's the same as what you're dealing with, like, the Loopy port, which is micro USB. Which is already a bad connector to begin with, but imagine that, but now being yanked out of your system. Because it just wasn't soldered down that great.
I don't look like.
Bravely Default 1 is still 3DS locked. That never got a port. You may just be thinking of how, like, Bravely Default 2, like, came to the Switch, and then they did, like, that Bravely Default second game on 3DS. It was a... They were not here before! I literally just went around the spike so I don't die, and I trigger more enemies? Ow! How do you even explain that trigger? What, do I gotta, like, fly over pits and hope things just show up? I don't want to. That sounds scary. God, talk about the weirdest spawn. Yes, we take those, but at what cost? Alright, go. Just go.
Where's enemy still?
That'd be 200 points. It's fine. At this point, I'm mainly focused now on just keeping this going because I'm hoping my time bonus could be enough to make up for this. Again, I don't know what the threshold here is. I'm hoping it's 150k realistically. I'm shooting for around 160k just because I know that if I get 160k, based on a video I see, it'll guarantee me the S. But there's no guarantee that that's what it is. Because again, we don't have the information. No one's logged this. Not surprised, mind you, with the kind of game this is. But it also does not help when I can't find info to fact checked. Go let's shoot first. This thing, hurry up. We can get like a sub 2630. It's gonna take 30 seconds for the Genesis to fall. Oh, actually, maybe it would be a 26.
I wonder if they would ever remaster it and bring.
There we go.
I'm sure
150k
they
exact
probably
on points. Time bonus a flat 0. Please be that for the S. It's 150k. We are officially done. That kind of feels anticlimactic, but we are done. That is literally everything now. Everything of DLC and the main game have now been completed, thus marking the end of the journey. We barely missed on time bonus when I'm looking at this time. I spent 3 more minutes in the stage, and that's why I went to 0. I was worried that could have cost me it, because I don't, like, again, I don't know the points. Now seeing this, I have a rough idea. Like, I'm thinking this is 150. This is 100. This one had to have been at least 150 as well. Probably 160, realistically. And then Shadow was 120. It's like, there's no easy way to check. It's good that everyone's main missions are 50s, and the hards are 100k, but then the boss rush and team attack throw it all out the window. Like, stop throwing the logic out the window, dude. But yep, that's it. Sonic 06 is now 100% completed, like the entire adventure. Nothing else is left.
Thank God.
Never again. Outside of maybe an eventual project on the main channel, I will never be doing this again because this was terrible. Like, honestly, if I had to rank it, like, I'm going the gold medal stuff just to have better music. The main levels are perfectly fine. The hard modes are fine. Like, they're barely different, but they're not bad. Some bosses are hit or miss on the scoring. But for the most part, this game is not hard to 100% just getting the S's. It's just time consuming. Then you get to the DLC and it's like the hardest flatline you've ever seen. It's like a nosedive down the cliff. It's fallen through the floor and then the guy's still going. It's that far down. It's more than Market Crash. It was bad. Team Attack is still the best one. If you have to play in a DLC, it's Team Attack. 100%. Because that was actually decent. Doesn't say much though. But there are two little things I want to look at before we're fully done. I guess this is like 101% territory. It doesn't matter. We're not doing the score stuff. It's just now at this point covering some bases when it comes to talking about what could have been. I've shown this one off years ago, but I figured it makes sense to do another run back. When PL6 will include DLC? I don't know, because I don't think there's any talk currently about DLC being added. It sounds like the next thing that would be worked on after the bosses and then hard is done, then maybe. But it's hard to say. But I want to play this demo, specifically of Sonic 06, because this demo was very interesting. This was something you could have got off the 360 marketplace. It's no longer there. You have to download this method, this demo and other methods, excuse me, but this is actually a later build of the game. So, Sonic 06, as mentioned plenty of times, was a rushed product, and it just didn't have enough time. To a point where they literally had more of the game done, but they couldn't actually release that build because it wasn't completable. There was more done on, like, some parts, but not others. Like, you can already see a big difference. Sonic Commuter actually working. So this is the build that actually didn't typo it. And it has a level up system, which that's not a thing in the main game.
While jumping, press the A button.
Sonic's attacks also feel different too. Like the homing attack, look at this. He's going straight down. So the homing attack is a little bit different. This is like Sonic Heroes Shadow the Hedgehog's homing attack.
This is a zoomed in version too.
Yeah, the camera's a little more zoomed in to where Sonic is. So this was the version that was like one build later than what we got from what we're seeing. And this version, as we can see, Sonic would have probably played a lot better because of that meter thing. The game looks slightly better too. Like, you can kind of tell, but just look at Sonic's spines. They already have more detail than the main game. Even though it's not much, it still looks slightly more detailed. I don't know if it's just me though, but this demo does seem like it's slightly louder though, so I apologize if volume mixing's off. I don't know why it would be, it's the same game, but you know, 06 things. And if I remember correctly, this demo just has you playing the beginning section of Kingdom Battle. You're not playing anything past this. Now, unfortunately, the meter might be fully coded here, but we don't have any way of using it for the demo's sake. We have everything but gems for this. So we'll see it fill up when we do different actions. We just can't use it. False advertising what we eventually got. In a way, kind of. It's funny how the demo Sega release for this game was later built, and they didn't catch that. It's kind of a big mistake there. Yeah, it's literally just the beginning section. Like, you can see the HUD's different looking, too. It's basically the same, but everything feels like it's slightly more locked on the sides and not just, like, floating in the middle of the screen. I think if you wanted to S this, yeah, it's 40K. So this might actually be possible to S rank. It's gonna be tight. And then you get a little trailer for the game in the demo, and that's it. And I think some of the stuff in the trailer is slightly different from final product too. I'll let it play out so I can see.
I've come here to obtain the secret of the plains of disaster from you, and to take the miracle gems that are the key to its secret, the Chaos Emerald. Now, Princess.
I know the FMVs would be all the same. Like, that's a given. It's very dark, though. I think that's just how they recorded this, because the colors look very crushed. Like, as someone who knows video production terminology and stuff, this looks like they used, like, the wrong color range. So it's crushing things. Not bad. It's just, you can tell certain areas are way darker than the base game. It's also very compressed. I don't know if it comes across in the stream. It definitely comes across in person. I can see the blocks. Yo, look at the hub. The hub looks way better. Like, graphically speaking, and the people are actually, like, communicating with each other with more emotion. Like, man, imagine if this game just had, like, 6 more months at least. Things would have been a lot different in terms of production value.
I finally found it. The Iblis trigger.
It's kind of a shame we had deadlines to meet and all, because that kind of crippled this game.
Sega.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
Sega.
Think, we could have had, instead of a terrible video game, a mediocre video game. Yeah, it probably still would have been bad, yeah. That's fair. I mean, mind you, you can't fix the core issues this game has, which is mainly its story. But giving this game more time in the oven, the gameplay would have been much better. 100%. Oh, nice. Also, the music doesn't start over when you start over. That's a nice... It started over twice.
Oops.
We're not... Remember, later build. We're not even in the base game anymore that has the jank, and we still got hit with jank. How? That's just impressive at this point. I didn't mean to hit quit demo. Oops. I meant to hit start over. This does feel like it loads fast. Oh, it just completely quits the game. Oh, great. Even better. Yeah, don't cut the dev team in half for the Wii port. Yeah, I think that would have maybe made a bigger difference, because that didn't even happen. This game could not run on Wii. Team realized that, like, probably in the beginning of the production, and like, no, let's just make a new game. And then we got Secret Rings, which was also met with mixed reviews because of the controls. Like, I like the level design in Secret Rings, but those controls are really weird. You have to, like, play it for a while to get really used to them. So I can see why people hate it.
Yahoo! Oh, 6
I'm gonna take this path, I think, this time. 'Cause I don't know what's gonna give me more score. I'm curious. I miss a lot of rings up above. I'm just, at this point, more or less exploring. I don't think I'm gonna get the S here, but it'd be funny if we could, knowing it's 40k.
101%.
That's kind of what this boils down to. The other thing I have to show is
Donkey Kong Country percent. We're gonna go Donkey Kong Country this style.
Oh, I think this also has proper, like, point multipliers for killing things, too. I don't know if that was just because I hit a proper chain, or if that's an actual, like... Oh, okay. If that was an actual thing. Also, look at my time. It's still at 30 seconds, even though I hit start over. Let me do it again. Yeah, that was weird. So, see, the demo's not perfect either. Because, again, this was a later build that had more polish to it, but it's not playable. Like, there's still a lot of things that had to iron out in this version. And I think that timer reset glitch kind of proves that.
How can you even go over 100%? What does 101%
Ask
even
Rare.
mean?
They did it too many
Yeah,
times.
yeah. Ask Rare or Donkey Kong Country, because I've done it so many times.
I mean, that series, I think the highest they've gone is 105%, and that was with DKC 3.
Ask Naughty Dog too, because didn't Crash Bandicoot have the same issue?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Crash games also went over 100%.
I know Crash 4 does. It has 106% ending.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Crash 4 got a little extreme, because they really wanted you to do a lot. Also, look at how the rings bounce, too. They bounce a little more naturally.
The rings. Rare wanted to make the funny number go bigger.
Essentially, yeah. I like how we still get slowed down in the demo. I think that's just on brand at this point for 06. No matter what version you play, it's still gonna run pretty terrible. I just want to see if this is S, as I think that might be. Just shy of it? Yeah, 39. I'm literally off by 1,000. So
You see a Vulcan
possible.
cannon shooting Sonic in the results
Yeah,
screen?
gotta love getting shot in the results screen. Aqua Freeze goes to 200. I think that is true because of normal mode and hard mode. They both have a separate 100% count. So you definitely blowed it. I think Country Returns had the same thing going on. I never 100%ed that game on like hard. I think I've only just done the main game, so I can't say for sure there. But I think it was the same thing.
Man, that's another thing I need to get back to. I need to get back and finish the hard mode on that. I started it and I just stopped.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't blame you, because hard mode is...
Tropical Freeze is hard,
it's very long, because it's a one-and-done thing, no checkpoints. You okay up there, buddy? I see you kind of climbing on nothing. Oh, it's the same for you. These enemies just keep on going higher. Again, this version still needs some time in the oven, and this is why I didn't actually... Oh, crap. I can't get those rings, I think, at this point. This is why this version didn't come out.
While jumping, press the A button to perform a homing attack.
No sweat.
While jumping, press the A
Dude, where are you going?
button to perform a homing attack.
Piece of cake. No sweat.
Also, I think the camera's different, because I'm pushing up and it's going down like this. Is it different in the final build? Why would they change the camera?
Yeah, that's weird.
It feels different, but to be fair, it's way slower, as you can tell, too. Like, it's barely moving when I'm pressing any direction. To be fair, now I'm also used to non-inverted camera, and anytime I go back to a game that has inverted camera, it takes a minute. So if this is non-inverted and the base game's inverted, it would feel off. And I would just be confused. Or it could just be because, again, the camera's different.
When you are near a trail of wings, you can do a light dash by pressing the X button.
So there was a line of dialogue in Dragon Quest Builders that made me laugh really bad last night. I had a fit of laughter. Dialogue in this game is funny. And I don't know why, because when you really think about it, it's like, it isn't really that funny, but for me it was really funny. There's this bodybuilder guy that was asking me to go and build something for him, but, like, conversation, he mentioned about, like, cooking something.
There you go.
For me. Good job. Got that straight.
We count that as
Anyways,
101%.
He goes and says, oh, he says, oh, I didn't mean to tell you, like, this is a very muscular bodybuilder guy. He's like, I forgot to tell you, I'm a vegetarian. And he says, you don't know how much grass I had to eat in order to maintain my body physique like this.
Sure.
I just started laughing. I just like, and you don't know how much grass I had to eat.
Alright, now the next thing I have to show has nothing to do with the Xbox. Because this, technically, we're going to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole. So first, I guess I probably should have had this up first. But let me just find it. Yeah, this is it. So, this game was supposed to have a day-night cycle, and it got scrapped again because of that said development stuff. And that is a big thing. Let's try and see if we can find a clip of it. No, it's not this. I think it was this one. Yeah, here we go. This is a clip. So, you can see in the background, it's daytime here. The lighting's a little bit different. If I go ahead a little bit more... Also, camera here is really weird, too. And this demo, things are more pulled out. Like, this is the only footage we have. It's just some camcorder footage from Tokyo Game Show in, like, 2005. This is literally all we have. But if I go ahead a little bit more, you can see the sky is changing because this is a dev build, so they can just speed it up when they want. So this game was going to have a day-night cycle. And this was different from, like, say, Sonic Unleashed Day-Night, where it's just basically a coin flip. You don't actually experience it. It just goes from day to night. Think of this like Sonic Frontiers. We didn't actually get a proper day-night until Sonic Frontiers. And this was planned way back for 2006. So, what have I told you? The fans recreated this. Project TGS. This is the Tokyo Game Show build. This was actually recreated based on the footage we have. It's very interesting. Let me pull up the other thing. You don't need the capture card in here now. For your sake, it's going to be weird because I got to show it to you when it actually becomes available.
Yeah.
Which, it gets weird for me because every time I do this, I might just like give you my whole screen because it's going to happen a lot. I don't know if it gives audio. That's the only thing. I'll just do the capture for now. Like, wait, is the game? The game doesn't even show up, which is weird. Discord is not one to hook it. Alright, you get my whole screen then. I don't know if it gives you audio, but it doesn't matter, I guess. It says share system audio, so we'll find out. I'm gonna pull up my thing here. I do need... where is it? Alright, that should be what I need. Cool. Alright, so let me load this up. This is the Tokyo Game Show demo, recreated on PC, specifically. It probably helped to have the controller on, to be fair. Alright, let's go in. So this is the game. It's very different compared to what you would expect. Camera's even more weird here. It's very slow. Sonic has a lot of weight to his movement. And his homing attack, as you can see here, like, watch, I'm gonna just commit. He just goes. Like, really goes. Now, mind you, this is a demo, so I don't know that's a thing more because of, like, the original demo's sake, or because this is just how we figure for recreation's sake. Before I go any further, I guess I gotta just, like, say shout out to, like, this is from the same person that's been making Project 06. Shout out to Chaos Ice and his team for putting this together.
Holy crap, that's going
Yeah, he goes fast on the rail, and also this camera's very pulled back. This is what it would have been. when you think about it. Like, during this build, imagine we got this build. That's how it would have been. Now, let me see if I can do the other things. I think it's right bumper? Yeah, this is the free camera, so now we can look around a bit. You can also see, like, the stage design a little bit. For the most part, it stayed the same. Like, core elements of it didn't really change, but this section's different here. How's it gonna go down again? Oh, that's the wrong button. I don't want to do that. Oh, that's the wrong one, too. I think I just have to angle down and go down. Is it? No, it's buttons. Okay. Yeah, so this section here, as we've seen both in the demo for the Xbox and also for the main game, is a bottomless pit with a rail grinding section. But here's just a bridge. Okay. Sure. Mind you, I think it probably worked better as the rail section. I am glad, though, at least, like, we didn't get this Sonic for the main game, because his movement, man, it's not great. Like, he feels like you're controlling a giant block of butter that happens to be a tank. He's very heavy, but very slippery. Like, you have to play this to know what I mean. It is really weird. Alright, so I guess we should show the day-night cycle. I'll do free cam again so we can actually see this better. Alright, so I'm just gonna go this way. This is going from day to night and then night to day. So this would be at, like, sunset, which looks really nice, by the way, at sunset. Do a little bit more. This would be right at night. Which, again, looks nice. And the actual flames here would make a difference, because it does change the game's lighting. Man. And it makes it harder to see forward ahead, too, because it's just darker now.
Yeah. That was so ambitious. They're like, oh, day and night cycle.
Yeah. This was going to be a thing that they were going to just have actively happening in the background. It just didn't happen. This is sunrise, which at this point, at the time I stopped, it looks like the world's on fire. It's very aggressively red. But then we're right back to day. Okay. Well, see you later. Fine. I can get back there really fast, as we can see with how Sonic moves, because I can just do this. Go to the bridge, Sonic. And we're already back to basically where we died. That's a little broken. Like, that's the old school homing attack from Heroes and Shadow without any way of stopping. Like, it takes, what, that was like 25 seconds or something crazy? You see here, you actually have to go this direction to fight the enemies, because that's how you knock down the bridge. So enemy chains are a little different here. At this point, I think I go this direction, because I gotta hit the spring on my right. So I gotta get the camera to cooperate. And there's more robots over here. I can't snap the camera behind Sonic, so that's a little weird. Because again, it's just demo. This is a recreation demo, so this is the most you'll see. Kill those enemies, and then from here, we just walk over to this bridge, and that's where the demo ends. Like, that's how much they would have had. I don't know, like, how much they saw on the show floor. I think that's as much as we know from footage. It just ends on the bridge. Which is a little weird. That's not the only thing we can do. I can't remember. Okay, this is the button. So, I'm gonna activate just free movement mode here. I'm gonna go past where we're supposed to end this, because you can go past the ending trigger, but to do that you have to be in free mode. So I'm gonna go really far over right here, because we can see a little bit more of what the stage has, which is not much because it was not finished, because again, demo. The bottom section still exists, and that's basically in the same halfway, like the same bridge and everything. Although it ends up to nothing, there's no spring. These platforms are different, because we would have like 3 platforms down below we saw before in like the demo and the main build, but obviously here's 3 giant squares. Not even like round objects, just squares. Well, the bottom section looks like the same. Go over to where we would go from like a light speed dash trail. This section is basically the same. Same for this section, running up the wall. I don't think we can run up the wall on this. I'm gonna try. Oh no, you can. This is actually coded for you to run up the wall. Neat. And then this is the end of the level, which has nothing. Like, there's nothing here. Because again, you were not supposed to be able to go this far. Oops, I let go of the wrong spot. That's fine. I'm going back there anyways, because I was going to look at the other area. Now you see, like, the controls on this are a little weird. I think it's A to go down and Y to go up, so getting used to the free movement again. I've only played this once. So this section doesn't have the section curved here on the wall, so we can't wall run, but we can still, you know, fly. Ignore that. Sonic is a little overpowered. No cave here yet. So that section on the top route just doesn't exist. This little pathway exists between, like, this rock, which would have had a spring to come up here, fight some enemies, and then you have, like, a rainbow ring that you could use to jump over to the middle section. Just so exists, but there's nothing here. And then it was like everything in this section gone. Nothing is here. Because again, demo. And then this is the ending. You can fall down here, which you take like either a ring path or you just like jump here normally. And then we can just run up the wall, and this would be where the goal ring would be for like the Xbox demo, for example. But again, demo, nothing here. Or E-Gold, you can go like the next section for Sonic. And this platform exists, but no tree. Yeah, this is neat.
I do like this. This is kind of neat that they did that he made it.
Yeah, it's a cool little like what if that we get to actually play. And just seeing the time of day stuff actually change the world like this is pretty neat. Like, imagine playing Kingdom Valley with, like, hot red graphic.
Good gosh.
It looks like the world's about ready to blow up. It makes things a lot harder to see, so I can understand why for the main game this was scrapped. Because it does make actual, like, traversal a little bit harder. It depends on the time of day for how easy or difficult it can be to see now. Like, this is fine. This kind of night. It would probably be, like, if this was an official product, it might have been a little bit lighter. Because I'm remembering the night for Frontiers, the other game that actually got to have a proper day-night cycle. It wasn't this dark either. I think it was slightly lighter. Also, the game was made with that in mind. The levels themselves already had day-night kind of considered on design, so the colors kind of helps a little bit more in there. Like, you kind of knew ahead of time, hey, we're going to do this. Maybe we don't make every level brown.
I really like that they did that.
Is PO6 implementing day-night cycle? No, the main Project 06 build is not doing that. I think it's more just because it's too complicated for what you really get out of this. It's like a neat little novelty to see, but to do for every stage, I think it might just be too much. It'd be cool though, but the thing is, like, they don't actually need to do that for Project 06, because when you play a Sonic, you play stages as Sonic 06 had them designed graphically. But when you play as Shadow and Silver, their stages do look different because they're going through different timelines. So their stages could be like sunset or nightfall. So the game doesn't have a day-night cycle, but they do change theming on stages. Which I think that's cool too. Yeah, that's literally all the demo is. It's just like a little bit of Kingdom Valley. It's more cool to just fly around with debug stuff on. I do want to see one other thing though, because it's a little hard to see on the screen here. But there's a graphics quality. It's set to 90s PC by default, or you can just do your typical low, medium, high. I want to see what a 90s PC looks like, because I don't know. I don't think I've played it on 90s PC, because that just sounds kind of random to do for a game that was going to be on the 360. Oh, yeah, okay, this. You know, why am I expecting it to not look like absolute garbage? Because 90s PCs couldn't render things all that well. We didn't have great technology back then for 3D gaming, let alone on a computer. Like, look at the draw distance.
Oh my god.
It is literally fading in and out of existence. This is like playing an N64, but you slightly overclocked it. Like, it's kind of that on draw distance. Let me see if I can do this for free cam instead. Oh yeah. It's like the fog rolling in. There goes the stage. Trying to see if there's anything else I'm missing on like controls to show other things. I think I pretty much covered it all. Because there's not much here. There really isn't, as we can tell. And in terms of like extra oddities, like the free cam and the free movement, like this is the much we can do. Sonic doesn't have a spin dash in this. He doesn't even have his bounce. He just has attack. That's it. I don't even know they even had those moves considered yet. Dude, what is this? This actually looks like we tried, but our graphics card capped out at 1 megabyte of video RAM, so we're gonna just have to blob it up. This is what it was gaming back in the 90s if you push 3D. It's like, yeah, you could do it. Not gonna look pretty, but you can do it. It really just shows how far we've come, graphically speaking.
Yeah.
Let's see if anything else that looks really out of place. I mean, everything else is just the same, but lower textured. Like, I can still see individual bricks, so you gotta give them that. Grass just looks comical. This looks like Ocarina of Time grass. You know, people said for, like, Sword and Shield, look at the Ocarina tree. No, man, this is Ocarina grass. But again, it's still kind of detailed, given this is low quality. Which is kind of ironic. But yeah, that's all I have to show for this. Let me complete it. Oh, hang on. Can't have an 06 thing when an 06 jank, I see. That box just kind of flew. I guess it turned on its own free movement. Sure. Where's the trigger? It should have been right in the middle.
Drake, where's the trigger?
That was really weird. So I'll end it by just running through this one more time as fast as possible, because like you literally can't do anything with this, and that's it. And that's gonna take like a minute. Because I want to use this time to ask, now that we're done with the Sonic 06 stuff, that is it for that. But I did have an idea of doing a victory lap for Project 06. Problem is though, we were on this game for like 3 months, and I'm already fatigued of it, and I'm wondering how everyone else is feeling. I wouldn't mind playing the Project 06 stuff, but I need to ask people, are you fatigued of seeing 06 too? Even though Project 06 is a way better game, it's still the same game we've been playing, so. If people feel like we could wait, because you're feeling a little fatigued, I would just wait until the next actual build is done, which could be, if I had to put a timetable on it, I wouldn't be surprised by end of year, if not beginning of next year. Something tells me Chaos X is probably going to be done by like the end of year or next year. Just based on what I've seen so far.
I think, if you want my opinion, I think it'd be best to wait until the whole build is done. Because then you can show everything at once.
Yeah, because mind you, it technically is. It's just you're missing the bosses at this point. That's mainly it. And Netherworld.
Yeah.
But the main campaigns between the 3 hedgehogs and all the characters, they're all playable. So it's like you can technically play the entirety of Sonic 06 now. It's just obviously you're going to be missing the bosses for the most part. Use a break. Alright, so I'm getting like general consensus based on like what I'm hearing and seeing. It's like, yeah, probably could just wait a little bit. So I think that's what we will do. We will come back to this as a victory lap later. But we'll do that when the full thing of Project 06 is basically done. Well, basically done, I don't know what that really is going to mean, but I'm going to say next build, because then we'll get End of World and bosses. As of right now, it's mainly just those specific things. But there's that. I guess if that's the case, I want to just show one last thing. So unfortunately, you guys are making me do this. There are certain things I couldn't show, and I will show these when it does come out fully, if that's the case. I need to hook this, though. That's the only problem. This won't take long, either. Should be this. Yeah, there we go. Do need to change the audio. You guys can actually hear it. There we go. Okay, everything should be set. One last thing of content, but here's a sneak peek of Project 06 now, if you actually want to see it. We're not playing it. I just want to mainly just talk about, well, let's put back on TGS Sonic. And how about, let's modify things to make this even more demo-y, because why not? UI, modify, oh no, presets. Here we go. Let's put everything to E3. Let's make everything super demo-y. Let's go to the test stage. Because I want to show here in the test stage some beta content that's in this game. It's like, man, this stuff just keeps on giving, huh? I just love the retreat. What can I say?
Oh look, the shield.
Yeah, I know. This is the thing that was in the game, by the way. Like, at one point, it just never came to be. Because they ran out of time, that's it. Alright, I gotta go over here. Okay, random invisible thing. Sure. Alright, so in here, there are some beta things that we can look at really quick. Again, this is not gonna take long. So, that's a really good thing in hindsight. I just got all this done in one go. This is our final hurrah thing for 06 for a while. So you see that little portal up there? Also, here's how I feel about Sonic 06 as a whole. This is going to sum it up in one text box. There you go. It's my review of Sonic 06 as a whole. Just big swing. Alright, so I'm going to touch this mirror. And this is going to take us to Crisis City, the E3 version, for Silver. Yes, he had an E3 stage! I didn't know that until this said demo. Like, playing in Project 06, did not know he had an actual demo stage. But here we are. Oh, you also gotta see me really mess with the camera because I'm just not used to a good camera.
Oh my god.
So, this is a earlier Crisis City. Like, I don't know if this is on, like, later build Crisis City or like before the game shipped build Crisis City. We don't know. I'm gonna assume this is basically the same as what happened with Sonic, where this stage is something that was done, but also on the same build for like the Sonic demo. So this is slightly later. You can't really see that because of playing Project 06, so the physics are vastly different. That would be how we tell. Based on how the characters play. Also, I'm in overpowered mode, because I get to play a fully decked out Silver that can actually do crap. So again, you get a sneak peek of Project 06 when we eventually get to play this. Silver is honestly a really solid character in this game. Like, look at what he can do with ESP mode. This is his 100% reward. This specific power I'm using. It is amazing. Because the character just zooms. He goes so fast and his meter lasts forever. Also, he can bandit mounts. It's actually really insane. Actual score multiplier. We're not getting S's here. Like, this does have a requirement. I don't know if it's possible to get here. I've tried. I just can't get it. Because it's really just like right here. Like this is the ending right over here. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Really weird to see a different build of this stage, because some things are slightly different. It's mainly related to some enemies. And then the beginning is a little different. Other than that, it's the same stage. If I had to take a guess, because this doesn't tell me score, I'm thinking this is demo 360 levels, so that's probably like 40K. That's probably what that is. You guys want to see Amy? She had a big glow up in this game. Like she actually is playable. I kind of figured. She is basically Sonic Adventure 1 Amy.
That's good.
Like, she actually plays like you would hope. She doesn't have that stupid invisibility anymore. She has a double jump that actually has momentum. Like, this character actually is good now. I didn't know she had this ability, by the way, until I watched speedruns of this game. It's like, wait, she can do that? She has the SA1 hammer bounce? That's sick. Yeah, she's actually fun. Like, I wish she had more game in Project 06. That is not something I've ever said about the other Amy in Sonic 06. Because she's terrible by comparison. Me and the homies just gonna go play another stage. Don't mind us. Still have to have the 06 shank because, you know, 06 shank. Alright, so this is the other level portal. We're really just looking at these because these are actual beta stages. So I'm gonna play Sonic. This is the TGS version of Kingdom Valley, just in Project 06. It's the same exact stage as what we just played before, except with actual physics.
Oops.
Ignore that.
Logan.
Because I'm trying to do something, but again, I'm used to 06 after 3 months and not this game. I gotta do this if I want to extend my homing attack. But yeah, this is what I'm seeing. This is more like Xbox 360 demo of Kingdom Valley, not the TGS build that we just played. Like, it's still different, but it's also not too different, if that makes sense. Like, you can see basically, this is basically what we played on the 360. Just with some slight alterations here and there.
When you are near a trail of wings,
Oh yeah, I also want to show Purple Gem in this, because it's like my only chance I'm going to have to show these things for a bit. Might as well just swap the goodies. Because I think this is all going to stay in between builds anyways. For Purple Gem, you just become invisible when you're at level 3. Yes, these actually have levels. This is not an infinite jump. You can only jump upwards of how many times you have a level. So it's like, I think that's 4 jumps. Green Gem is absolutely busted in this because it actually kills things very far away from you. Blue Gem is super powerful when it comes to speed. I think level 3 basically just becomes a dash pad. Like, the gems for Sonic in this are really good. Like, the only ones I don't really care for are still White Gem, because White Gem just exists with its mid-air homing attack thing. Although it's way more useful in this, because you can actually combo with it. Red Gem slows everything down, including you, so it makes things a little bit harder. Although you can hear that music really slowed. And then Sky Gem is more situational in this than actual 6, because you can't clip through every wall. That's what made it super good. But obviously you guys probably like this one the most. Rainbow Gem. This was actually cut content from Sonic 06. There was planned to have a playable Super Sonic outside of the final boss, but it just never happened. Because, yeah, you know, the usual with that game. So, Rainbow Gem is restored in this. Now you can play as Supersonic as long as you have the rings. And he's way faster. Not as fast as using Blue Gem everywhere, but he is faster. In fact, you want to use him in Mach speed because he's super fast in Machs. It really does suck, though. Every time I want to show these things, I want to have to go back into the test stage and then go back to the other section of the test stage so we can play the other stage in question. So it's a lot of work, but we'll get there. At this point, I'm just going to get the things I need to turn super, because that'll just make it a little bit easier. Should have the video on if I'm going to do that. What other character had a good glow up? I'm trying to think, because everyone else is very much like the same as 06, but actually playable and not glitchy. Yeah, it's like no one else I really want to show per se for that reason. I guess maybe Knuckles, because his combat actually works.
Is that combat actually freaking works finally?
Yeah, like,
Not like
the stomp works, as we can see there. He has the charge attack, which works really well. Rouge is another one for that reason, because she doesn't just have dummy bombs. You can still throw them, but she actually has her SA2 moveset. So she can also attack things. Omega's another really good one for this reason, too, because he has the Sonic Heroes combat.
good.
He can still fire things normally. Or you can just pull out, like, you know, your big guns and go in turret mode.
That's so funny.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with this said character. I think I'm gonna go with Silver so I can do the ESP thing. Because Silver also, I guess, is another one you can talk about if you want to say a glow up, because you can see his dash actually is a proper thing. Like, it goes the whole distance. Mind you, that is an upgrade. Like, what I'm doing here, you can't do out of the box. You have to get an upgrade, but it's not that far in this campaign. It's not that big of a deal. And then he gets the bounce like the other characters have.
He actually curls into a ball. Oh, thank. Instead of jumping.
Yeah. And he also has a projectile, too. Like, he has a charge version, that's an upgrade, but the one I just did there, you can do out of the box. So this character's also fixed. Like, all the problems you had on these characters, like, with certain movesets or maybe certain attributes, they're all fixed here. The characters are all very, very playable. And they're all very fun to boot. Shadow has a really cool thing, but we're not going to see that until we do his stage. I'm going to keep that one a secret. The next one is Silver. Actually, no, it is Shadow, so no, we get to see him now. So you just go through, this is the last section, but this is not Shadow's last section. This is the one right before the Mach speed for Sonic, which that's a little different. His combat's a lot more hefty, as we can see, so his attacks actually mean something, for one. Well, that helps a lot. And his chaos powers are really good, too. Like, I want to show those. In fact, this is a great opportunity to do it, because there's a capsule right in here. So, unlike the base game, I cannot go level 2 immediately. I actually have to do combat. But his snaps actually work! A foreign concept, hear me out. They work. So level 2, he does the Chaos Sphere, and it actually does damage things. Level 3, I'm gonna hold off on using the ability until we get to the next room, because it's gonna be that big of a deal. Also, he has a spin dash, you know, foreign concept. A hedgehog having a spin dash. Do I want to do the other thing, or do I just want to do Chaos Blast? That's the problem, because the other thing's gonna take up so much meter. You know what? I'm gonna do the other thing, and I'll use Chaos Blast in like the test stage itself, because this is gonna literally eat the rest of my meter. The thing I'm about ready to do. Have you heard of level 4? This is the stupid thing he does at the very end, when he just takes off his inhibitor bracelets. That's what I'm just doing here. This instant kills every enemy. It's a one-shot. It is super powerful, but that burns through your meter like nothing else. This is pretty much... this is borderline Super Shadow, as you can tell with him pulsating like this. He is extremely powerful level 4, but
Like
when you run out of the Chaos power...
Times 20.
Yeah, well, even that, that's like... I think Goku went times 100 at one point.
Yeah.
I don't remember this in combat or just for a Kamehameha or something, but he did go level 100 at one point, I remember. But it's like, it burns through his meter like nothing else, and when the meter's done, he does like, kind of like fall over. I can show that too, because the test stage is the perfect spot for it, because there's so many of these capsules to get meter. We get level 1, level 2, level 3. Before I use the other attack, I do want to show Chaos Blast. I'm going to go right in the middle here, because this Chaos Blast is the good one. It's the one from Shadow the Hedgehog. You know, the one that actually works. Foreign concept, I know.
Even has his sound clip from Shadow the Hedgehog.
While we're on that subject, I'm not going to show the other area because it's getting keys. I'll save that for when there's like another build. I'm going to do level 4 here to demonstrate the power of killing things. See how fast this combat is? It's actually amazingly fast. Okay, this section's over. I'm going to wait here a minute, because I'm going to show what happens when the meter runs out. Because, as you can see, it burns through the meter, so it's not going to take long. So I'm moving around, and, oh, there it goes. But he's stunned for a moment. When Shadow's out of energy, he has to just sit there for a moment to regain composure. So, it actually is a hindrance in stages when he runs out of meter. Do you want to talk about Shadow the Hedgehog? You want to play some Lethal Highway real quick? This is just a little Easter egg. Here's your Shadow reference. This serves literally no purpose. This is not actually in Sonic 06, like that test stage I think is. Maybe, I don't know. This is definitely not. In fact, the earlier build of this game had Shadow get his car from Team Sonic Racing in that box we just opened to get here. But now in this build, it's replaced with this. I'm playing the silver release, people wondering. This is the silver release. Talent Space 3, still coming out.
Looks like the motorcycle can actually like function properly.
Yeah, the motorcycle control was a lot more smooth. And you saw when I got off, Shadow didn't just like stick to the ground immediately. So it's a lot more versatile too. His vehicles as a whole all control much better in this. Alright, last stage, and then that's gonna do it for tonight. The last one is, once again, Kingdom Valley, who would have thought, but as the final Hedgehog Silver. And he just goes through his beginning section here from his actual stage.
Press the right trigger while near an object. You can throw items with the X button.
And no joke, I did not know this section existed as Silver until I played this. That's how I knew it for the main playthrough in this game that we just played through for 3 months.
I can manage this cage with my power.
What a weird way to find out about level structure. Play the fan game first, huh?
Then I can grab it with my psychokinesis.
Alright, I want to show the power of this, like, Psycho Fly, because this is going to just take me all the way to the top area. What if I just do it myself? I wasn't kidding. It is overpowered when you have ESP mode active. It is actually insanely broken. Like, to a point where, want to see me do it again? And that's without some of the meter. Like, see, I dropped like a rock going in the water. Proper physics. Who would have guessed?
Psychokinesis. Press the right trigger while near an object. You can throw items with the X button.
I think I can make it. Because, see, you can't do the flapping thing anymore. Like, it kind of works, but not really. Now, see, I don't care about my life count, because I have a lot of life per character. Silver is the least, but even that 47 is
The
fine.
right trigger while near an object. You can throw items with the X button. After
Can't do the flapping.
press and hold the A
Yeah, I mean, mind you, Omega has the same thing. In fact, I should have showed that what was at Omega, but it doesn't matter. Omega also has a proper meter, so when he flies, he uses it. So you can't spam flying with Omega anymore either. So it's for the better when you really think about it.
Yeah.
You don't want to spam every move a character has.
Grab missiles with my psychokinesis and throw them back to make them explode near the enemy.
Okay, don't know what happened there. Still getting shot, you know, as usual, but the Vulcan cannon shots don't instantly kill you like main game. They're balanced a little bit better. Sorry, no more great. We gotta patch out something. Oh, Spring's in the spot. That's much better. I wish I was there in retail. Alright, please don't kill me. No, ESP. Why can't I? Is it because I'm on the box? Of course. That projectile actually kills now in this mode, by the way. And there's the goal. That's why I'm not trying to like overdo it, because this stage is not long. Yeah, and that's it. That's the other stages we had as demos, but never released to the public. These were just at trade shows. And it's the main game anyways, the final build, just with some alterations. Doesn't matter. I
Some
figured
alterations.
I would show that now just because of how we're not going to play this until like next build. And I don't know how the next build is going to handle beta stuff. Those stages were added in the silver release. They were not there before. When I first played them, I'm like, holy crap. And they also do have different jingles. Like, I'm going to turn on the Crisis City one. I'm going to go to Crisis City really quick. I have to do it as silver, though. Because I wanted to show the beginning. This is actually just one of the most beautiful things in this game. Unfortunately, we skipped the cutscene, because I think I have cutscenes off. Hang on. I got to show that, too. Should be in game settings.
Why don't you just start playing Project 06, man?
You know what, screw it, guys. We're just playing it now. No, I just want to show like fun little stuff. We're gonna. I need a break from this too. This is what we were talking about before with that day-night cycle thing. It's not really in this game, but every character's version of stage is slightly different looking. You can hear the claps from the tornado too. It sounds really fierce. Yeah, the song for the most part is really just the same as normal. It's not that different when you think about it. Kind of hard to hear over thunder, but you get the idea. And everyone already knows about the E3 Kingdom Valley. We just heard it earlier, so I'm not gonna bother there. I'm just gonna pop up on these stages, show the day-night thing, but that's it. Like, we're done. This stage looks amazing with Blaze, by the way. I wish we got nighttime Wave Ocean, because this looks amazing. Like, you can see the stars in the sky and everything. Really pretty.
Nice.
This game looks really good if you're playing in 4K, by the way. Like, I played some of this on my 4K TV, and it looks really crisp. And the last one I'll show for that reason is Shadow's Wave Ocean, because he does have that different look too. His is not nighttime, his is sunset. We also don't start immediately in the hang glider, so I can actually chill here and look around. Well, there's the sun, as you can see, coming down. This is what they implemented on Project 06 for day-night. Just make the stages look slightly different depending on when characters go through them. It's mainly with Wave Ocean. But that's cool. That's also slightly different if you notice on coloring too. But that's just for Sonic, Shadow, and Silver stuff. But yeah, that is everything for Sonic 06. I can't believe I actually 100% of this mess, to say the least. I mean, I had my fun with it, but I am also glad it's done. I'm not kidding. I want to go on the new projects. I'll let this loop because, you know, it's the funny thing. The single player and the multiplayer had different music. Project 06 is like, well, what if we just mix them together? And it sounds amazing. So I'll just let that play to finish this. But yeah, that was everything in Project 06 for demo, we saw the TGS stuff, we saw the Xbox 360 one. A lot of it's basically the same as what we got on Final Build, but like mainly that TGS thing being the vastly different. I wish we got day and night. That would have been cool. We didn't. We kind of did in the next game with Unleashed.
Yeah.
Technically kind of also in Secret Rings when you think about it, because some stages were themed in day and then some were night. But it's like, can you really count either one of those in this regard? Kind of, not really. I mainly counted with Frontiers, since that was the first true day-night cycle as you were playing. Like, this is what they intended for this. They just couldn't do it. But that was it. Another Sonic game in the books. So now we've done Adventure 1, 2, Heroes, and 06. For me, the next one on the docket would be Shadow the Hedgehog. But that one, I'm gonna wait on for a while. Probably not revisiting Sonic until Sonic Shadow Generations in like October. Like, it's gonna be a while away. But at least hopefully people enjoyed this wild mess, to say the least. With the ups and the downs and the all through the floors. There's a lot of that.
It was a lot of fun.
So that's gonna do it. I don't really have much. I'll just say, people check out the new thing on the YouTube side. Go check out the... Oh yeah, that's gonna link to the short. Yep, that's about right. I gotta go get the other link then. Where is that? Because I want to link people to the actual playthrough in question, not the random short. Although I guess check that one out too. Remember, I gotta like put these in a command so I don't have to do this manually. So there you go. Check that out if you haven't already. That's a very short game, but that'll be going on for like about 2 weeks. Hopefully people enjoyed the alternate look at playing like a fan game around that. If people have any suggestions for others, not just Zelda, let me know in those comment sections. Because I'm open for trying more. I'd play them first before I make any videos, obviously, on my own. Make sure they're completable. But that's mainly it. I don't have any plans on Thursday just yet. I'm going to probably have a better idea then. We might just wing it. Do like some one-off thing. And we'll be back here on Saturday for special theme Splatfest. I believe they're calling it Summerfest. So it's going to be a very busy week. So that's all I got. You have anything you want to add?
No, nothing much. I'm still trying to record more videos for my backlog because I've run out of videos, and I'm trying to get everything all done, like trying to record more whenever I'm not feeling tired. I'm not going to be streaming on Saturday, obviously. I'll be streaming next Saturday with more Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. As for tomorrow, I have no idea if I'm going to stream tomorrow. It just depends on how I feel. I've been really fatigued the past couple days, so
I don't blame you for that reason, yeah.
So, I wouldn't expect to stream on Wednesday. I'll try to if I can, but I'm not going to push myself to doing it. Weekdays on work nights is kind of just getting too much for me.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I know that was the thing you mainly made as a more of a schedule change for the moment, so you were pushing for the affiliate status at that time. So I know it was always a thing meant for up in the air.
Yeah, it's just if I want to kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, yeah, I'll stream more Zelda next Saturday after the Splatfest. So that's it for me.
Alright. Quitting. Ignore that. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you back here on Thursday. Take care and have a good night, guys. I'm free!